Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday number 26, your weekly dose of Open Wardi StarCraft. Here we go. Welcome one and all to a very special edition. We are featuring, yes, the current map pool, but we have added and we sprinkled in a couple of extra maps, a couple of extra TLMC maps as well. Let's go. So we're jumping into our first series, jumping into our round of 32 match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have our red Protoss player. Representing Team Liquid, it is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Mindel VK. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Ooh, as predictions are open for the next minute or so. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is stacked. The bracket is massive. And I had a bit of a hard time picking between a couple of matches. We can get into it after this series, but there was two, maybe three matches that I had my eye on, and made a decision. Did jump on our initial PvP, and we'll get into as to why later on after the series. For now, we are moving out. We have our initial 2-gate opener, 2-gate opener out of SKillous, likewise 2-gate opener out of Mindel VK. So far mirrored builds. SKillous, he will hide a second pylon out on the right-hand side of the map. Now, welcome one and all to Persephone. If you've been watching over the weekend, you will know that we have been casting TLMC maps. We've been featuring them in both Sea Duckling Open and Sparkling Tunic Up on Saturday and Sunday, respectively. Here on Monday, featuring them as well. Persephone is a bit of a smaller map. Short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground. Likewise, there is a goal base on the right hand side surrounded by speed zones, and we also have a healing pad as well. Now, we have casted quite a bit on this map already, but we have not seen anyone make use of these healing pads. That just hasn't happened yet. So we haven't seen that come into play, but I'm sure we will eventually. I do feel like it's going to impact Protoss quite a bit, just because Protoss don't really have a way to heal units once they've taken hull damage. There's a way to heal and regenerate shields, that is true, but healing base damage, that is not really a factor. That's not really a thing here for the Protoss race. Suddenly, with a healing pad, it is. So that's going to be a big kind of, it could be a big deciding factor, a big way to impact and influence the game in a PvP or any kind of Protoss matchup. We'll see if our players make use of it. Until then, we do see the Mindel VK, he scouts, he sees that the pylon is missing, he's searching for the pylon here on the right hand side of the map. Barely does not get eyes on the pylon though, doesn't get eyes on it, not yet. Likewise, pylons have been scattered from the side of SKillous. SKillous, he gets eyes on two and even gets a pylon in the main base. Cheeky moves here out of SKillous. Back at home, he's going to be expanding, taking his natural, building up his 2-gate opener into expansion into Robo. So very safe play here by SKillous. Meanwhile, Mindel VK back across the map. Oh, sorry, my apologies. For some reason, I thought that SKillous had a pylon in the main base, but that was actually Mindel VK's third pylon that gets placed. And I believe SKillous is the player that did miss it. Yeah, did miss it in the end, did not quite get eyes on that third pylon. Mindel VK is going for a later expansion, so we do have a deviation here, but it's going to be scattered. So everything gets scattered. Basically, Mindel VK is going for a greedier opener with a faster expansion. Meanwhile, Mindel VK is being more aggressive. Oh, speaking of aggression, here he comes. Shield battery is done just in time. Stalker, oh no! Stalker gets caught out. Very nice force fields. One Stalker. Up! Can he get it? Oh my, one Stalker does not go down. And can we use the healing pad? Can we save it? More importantly, Stalker does pull away. So far, so good. SKillous, he is holding on. He's maintaining himself. Mindel VK keeps pushing forward. Once again, force field does catch another Stalker. Can he escape? Not this time. Yeah, this time the Stalker will go down. Very nice pick up here from SKillous. Takes down the Stalker. Mindel VK, he will back off. He will retreat. And again, are we going to heal up? There's the opportunity. There is the opportunity here to heal up. Alas, Mindel VK, is he aware of the healing pad? The answer is no. The answer is he is not aware. So it's one of those things where these maps are new, and there's a reason why we didn't see this healing pad used over the weekend. I don't think the players were fully aware of its existence. Likewise, behind this, we do have our Immortal on the way. So Immortal production and Mindel VK, same for SKillous as well. He already has his first Immortal. Immortals are out. With that, Mindel VK going to be establishing himself here on these two bases. Bearing in mind, Mindel VK, he's behind economically as he did delay his own expansion, but he's still taking up. He's on 2 bases, don't get me wrong, but now he's working towards Twilight Council. This should be for Blink or even Charge as a follow-up. Meanwhile, SKillous does move out himself, applying pressure. SKillous, he did scout the robot opener earlier, so he knows that blink is nowhere near being done here for MinuVK. Both armies, they actually pass by each other. Uh-oh. They do pass by. SKillous, there's nothing in him to defend, there's nothing here, and do we recall, do we go for the base trade? What are we going for? At this point, it has to be the base trade. As the armies, they pass by each other completely. Shield battery is not done, army is revealed, and MinuVK is a little bit late. He's a little bit late here. He's now moving in, Natural's already under fire, shield battery goes down, a pylon falls as well. And Depsec shaded to the mineral line, meanwhile MinuVK just now hits the Natural. Boys are being pulled. Can they bring anything down here? Not quite, they will buy some time, softening up some of these Stalkers. Ooh, actually, getting us around, kills one. Does kill one Stalker. Natural falls, every worker in the middle line does go down. MinuVK does save his probes at least. Meanwhile, Pylon's denies the Immortal. Not bad. Does deny the Immortal. There is a recall available here at the Natural. Likewise, SKillous also depowering the gateways. The Immortal, though. The Immortal is going to pop. There's one extra Immortal here for... it's going to get down. Never mind. The Immortal shouldn't be able to trade yet. There we go. Doesn't bring anything down. Likewise, nice force field. Locks down all the probes. SKillous losing almost every single worker. Down to 2. Down to 1, down to 0. 0 probes left for SKillous is making 1 probe here at his Natural. He has enough money for a Nexus. He does escape. Meanwhile, MinuVK, he has plenty of workers, but he doesn't have enough money here for any buildings except for an extractor. On the simulator. So the simulator can be thrown down for MinuVK. Again, he saved all of his workers from his Natural. Meanwhile, killing all the buildings. SKillous did recall back home. Uh-oh. Did recall. He left some units back. The SKillous, he's ready here to force field. MinuVK does ferry over. Does get out of the main. Does unload. Likewise, he's got the boys here to pull as well if need be. And can he pull this off? It's going to come down to the force fields. Oh. Speaking of, they do buy time. Prism will make it back. Meanwhile, SKillous has been making more workers. He has shield batteries as well. SKillous defending with shield batteries. I don't think he can be broken. MinuVK is going for it. No! He gets caught up. He gets sliced up here. Probes are going down. Very nice force fields once again by SKillous, and he has more force fields that came from. Does energy overcharge. Does overcharge once again. Cuts up the army. Takes down the probes. Now going for the sentries. Yeah, he does commit. Bleeds out 1 sentry of his own. Losing his own sentries. Meanwhile, all the probes are falling. And this is all that MinuVK has left. Trying to commit in, pushing into shield battery range. Yeah, he cannot kill anything here. It's not going to happen. SKillous, he will hold, he will shut this down. Oracle's on the way as well, just for good measure. And last, he will clean everything up. The sentries, they cannot survive against this. There's 1 Immortal left. The Immortal goes down. GG gets called, and SKillous will take game number 1. Whew. GG. SKillous does take a lead. And again, a very intense game. Both armies did completely miss each other, so we ended up in a base trade. As we saw, unfortunately, MinuVK did save his workers, that is true, but he was never able to deal with the Nexus, never able to really deal with the buildings here. He was late to the base trade, if you remember. By the time he hit the Natural, SKillous was already in the main. He was already in the main base with those adepts, killing workers. SKillous, who was just faster to pull the trigger, of course, and to get across the map and initiate the base trade. Alas, MinuVK was just, reacting, responding to that, and was a little bit late to the party, unfortunately. GG. GG, well played. Likewise, SKillous, he also had that recall, as you mentioned. The natural base was not killed, so there was a recall available. And with that, SKillous does hold. And now, we're getting ready for game number 2, featuring another TLMC map. Let's go. We're going to be loading into Killer's Mile, another map that we've featured plenty of times over the weekend. Now, for those that are curious, which maps are added, which maps are not, as is the case with all online tournaments now, we do not use 3 old maps in the map pool, specifically Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, and King's Cove. These 3 maps we have gotten rid of them. When I say we, I mean tournament organizers. Ourselves when it comes to our tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup and Tenacious Turtles Hustle. Likewise, events like KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, they also got rid of them. Pegasus Monday got rid of them. The Monday Night Weeklies got rid of them. And now, WardiTV Monday, they were the only, I want to say they were the only Open Cup that featured those old maps. And now they've capitulated. Wardy, he was like, you know what? Maybe I should get rid of them. Maybe I should feature some TLMC maps. And so he did. So he got rid of Neon, Abyssal, and King's Cove. I don't think there's any Open Cups that actually use those 3 maps. So we've gotten rid of them, and they've been replaced with TLMC maps instead. Specifically, they've been replaced with Killer's Mile, alongside Persephone, and one other. I'd have to double check. It's Killer's Mile, Persephone, and Sandworm. That's it. So those 3 maps have been replaced. Otherwise, we are now getting into our next game. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Mindle VK. Here we go. Are going to be settling in, and once again we have a 2-gate opener out of Mindle VK. Meanwhile, SKillous, he's going for a gate into Cybercore into expansion. So we do have a more economic build this time from the side of SKillous. Meanwhile, a little bit more aggressive from the side of Mindle VK. As we said, Lindsay, a big shout to King TQD in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. A gifted sub to the community to send you. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it, as always, here on the channel. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Just catching up with the chat. I love the sound of force fields in the morning. All the force fields. Papi, I don't want to work today. I know. I believe in you, Papi. I believe you can make it. You can make it. I believe. As SKillous, okay. So, first things first. SKillous, he went for a gate into Cybercore into what was supposed to be an expansion, but Mindle VK comes in with a pylon block. He does pylon block, so now SKillous, he's forced to delay that Nexus in favor of a Robo. So it's going to be Robo into Expand. Now with this Robo opener, this can turn into an all-in, that is true, but I believe this should be for a War Prism. Should be War Prism first into a Depth Terrace across the map instead, and a way to deal some economic damage and to keep the Protoss player back at home. Otherwise, Mindle VK, is setting up for his own one-base all-in. The hallucination comes in, gets eyes on both gateways, gets eyes on the 3rd gateway, more importantly, sees 3 gateways, sees no expansion, and SKillous, we should be seeing shield batteries. There we go, shield batteries on the way. This might trigger an Immortal, not a War Prism. Yep, Immortal's on the way. So this Immortal is designed to keep us safe, a very safe follow-up here from SKillous. The Immortals, they are built to shut down all-ins, and it is a 4-gate Vanilla Stalker all-in. I say Vanilla Stalker because there's no blink. There's no blink, there's no Twilight Council, there's no upgrades, just vanilla 0/0 blinkless Stalkers here from Mindle VK. It's all or nothing. We have extra pylons, we have that 4-gate setup, Stalkers they poke in, and the Immortal is almost done. It's almost done at this point. Up! Yeah, the SKillous needs a little bit more time. So far, does force field, locks down 3 of those Stalkers. Will lose 1 sentry, but now the army's locked in, and here comes the Immortal, and who's locked in with who as the Immortal will shut this down. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, he gets 4, he gets every single Stalker. And that was not worth it for Mindle VK. Just lost all 4 Stalkers, and now he has no momentum. Sure, he could warp in 4 Stalkers at a time, but he doesn't really have much of an army. Not anymore. Not anymore. I mean, he only has a handful of Stalkers left. Is poking in, but now there's 2 shield batteries, and not just 2 shield batteries, 2 Immortals. Second Immortal has just now arrived. And now with 2 Immortals, and now with a 3rd shield battery as well, this isn't gonna fall. This isn't gonna crumble anytime soon. It's looking worse and worse for Mindle VK. Now he does go for an extra warp in. He's up to 9. 9 Stalkers here. That's still a lot of Stalkers. And can he break through this? So shields get triggered. Yeah, Stalkers are going down. The Immortals, they are brutal here. They are not being broken. And instead, the answer is going to be force fields. Now, this is a way to try to catch SKillous off guard. Bearing in mind, there's no War Prism. There's no War Prism, and you could try to force field the army, lock it down. Speaking of, does catch one Immortal, but still within range of the shield battery. Still barely within range. One Immortal falls. Nice pickoff. Whew. But it did cost us 3 force fields. Yeah, 3 force fields here from MinnowVK, and that was every force field that he had. And yes, he got 1 Immortal, but there's still 2 left. He did all that for 1 Immortal. There's still 2 Immortals remaining, and alas, is going to try to force his way through. Instead, he gets force fielded in. And SKillous, he can fight this head on. His shields are now activated. They're now on cooldown, I should say that. On cooldown. Yeah, the Prism has arrived, and now he can micro. Now they can jog back his units. Stage the sentries. Ooh, we'll lose 1 sentry. Barely the 1. Oh my god, we're going for the dive. Does go for the dive, does not get the Prism. Trying to force his way up the ramp, but he is not going to get a GG. Gets called. SKillous, he will hold, he will persevere, and SKillous will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, congratulations SKillous, he will claim the series. Very nice response, very nice defense there by SKillous. MinnowVK attempting to all in, but unfortunately the first push kind of was kind of the beginning of the end there for MinnowVK. I'm referring to when his first 4 Stalkers pushed in, and when he got force fielded, and when he lost all 4. He lost all 4 Stalkers to 1 Immortal. That was the moment that he lost all his momentum. Every unit counts, especially when you're going all in. Imagine, instead of having 9 Stalkers, having 13. Then he can start 2-shotting Immortals, potentially, you know, as long as they're out of range of the shield battery, or as long as they don't have their hardened shield activated. But having those 4 extra Stalkers for the next wave of attack would have been so much stronger there for MinnowVK. May have been enough to break through the defensive line as well, but lost the first 4 Stalkers, and everything just crumbled around MinnowVK from there. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. SKillous does claim the first series, and now we are heading over to the Americas server because we're going to be following SKillous into the round of 16. Let's go. Let us go. And this is the big reason why we did jump on this series. For those of you that know, you know. Let's switch our scenes over. Let's catch up on the bracket, figure out where we are and where we are headed, and what's to look forward to as well. Un momento. Un momento. We go. That's beautiful. Okay, here we go. So we switch our scenes over and make sure we don't get left behind as well, as we do message some of our lovely players. Okay, from the top, let's try to catch up on some of these matches. We have our number 1 seed of the tournament. We have Clem. Clem, he is at the very top of the bracket. He is waiting for the winner of Gilliman and Mocha, as Clem will advance, or is looking to advance on into the next round. We have Nick Rat versus Milky Cow in the TBT. We have ByuN. ByuN takes down Lunacy 2-0. Classic takes down Rebellion 2-0, and we have ByuN versus Classic in that round of 8. Scrolling down, we have Cure. He's up against Prome in the round of 32. We have Jumi versus Shameless, also in a PvP, also in a round 32. Scrolling down, that's our series. Rogue takes down Gref 2-0. SKillous takes down MinnowVK, and up next on the channel we have SKillous versus Rogue in a PvZ. Let's go, Poppy, let's go. That is our next series. That is what we've been waiting for, and that is what I had my eyes on from the beginning. Scrolling down, we have some more updates, some more players. Of course, we have the 2nd seed of the tournament, MaxPax. MaxPax, he is going to be facing off against Magnath in the round of 32. We have Ryung versus Nice in a PvT. We have Solar, he takes down Nihed 2-0, waiting for the winner of Bunny and Matt. We have herO up against Defi, Mana up against Percival, Shin just took down PSZ, Creator just took down Figaro, and we have Shin versus Creator also in the round of 16. That was the other series that I had my eye on. Basically, at the start of the broadcast, I had to make a decision. I had to decide, did I want to cast Rogue versus SKillous, or Shin versus Creator, or Solar versus Bunny? Those were the 3 that stood out to me. Was either the PvZs or the TBZs. Again, typically we try to catch Zerg players early on in the bracket while we can, before we end up in the world of PvT, which is coming, I'm sure. So we try to catch Zerg players early on before they get knocked out. So I was looking at those 3 matchups. We have been casting a lot of Solar versus Bunny recently, so I was like, we've been casting a lot of that. We'll set that aside. Same with Shin and Creator. We've been casting a lot of Shin versus Creator, a lot of Solar versus Bunny. We cast less Rogue in recent times. Rogue, he's more of a rarity. Rogue doesn't really sign up as often in these open cups. So I feel like jumping onto SKillous versus Rogue made the most sense, just because we're going to be featuring a player that we don't get to cover as much on the channel. That's the plan. So that is the plan. So Rogue versus SKillous is going to be coming up next. That is going to lead into the next round. That's going to lead into either Cure, Jumi, Shameless, or Prome. Get a lot of Protoss, a lot of Terran there towards the upper half of the bracket. Typically, whenever we do pick a series, we do stick with it and we stay in that kind of area of the bracket. So it looks like we're going to be focusing more on the upper half of the bracket, not the lower half. That is the current plan, at least. We'll see how things line up. We'll see where things take us. Until then, vetoes are underway. Otherwise, looks like we might have some downtime here. Our players are conducting the vetoes, they're setting things up, and I'm sure they're maybe a little bit less familiar with some of these new maps. So we're going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, you know what comes next: Rogue and SKillous. See you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, again, a very short break. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST while it was going, as we are jumping into a round of 16 match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our blue Protoss player. We have representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player from the land of South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP, and as we jump into Amygdala. Here we go. SKillous setting up here on the low ground, meanwhile Rogue going for the initial hatch gas pool. Now Rogue here does have a very distinct style in these matchups. In both ZVT and ZVP, Rogue's go-to is to try to be greedy, is to try to get into the mid game and try to rush into lurker tech. Now we'll see if that is going to be the case here on Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, so I do expect that to be the case from Rogue. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if that is the case here, or if he tries to be a little bit more aggressive instead. Likewise, SKillous, he has been one to vary up his builds. For the most part, he's also very mid-game oriented as well, though. Not really one to open up Twilight Council too often, into Glaives, into Dark Templar, into Charge. That just isn't typically SKillous's go-to. We'll keep an eye on him. For now, standard openers. SKillous does confirm no additional gases, no additional tech. And likewise, is even forcing this one drone to chase him around, so even here dealing some economic damage, as that's one extra worker that isn't mining. So nice damage here from SKillous, as he does pull away. Does pull out, does pull away. Likewise, herO just going for his initial opener, droning, getting into queen production, does pull out of gas, so no early gas income, no early, say, Evo chamber or Roach Warren or Lair. Does pull out. Here, he will gain map control. Back at home, we have our tech of choice, so we do see SKillous going for his Stargate opener. Again, makes sense, as we mentioned, like, he isn't really one to open up Twilight Council first too often at all. Maybe on some smaller maps like Whispers of Gold. On these larger ones, it is typically wiser to just open up Stargate, get a third base, and open up Oracle. Now, we do have the option for SKillous to open up into a Void Ray instead. Both openers have their place, whether it's Oracle first or Void Ray. Void Ray is designed to hide tech and to keep the Zerg player guessing. Oracle is designed to be safe, to gain you map control, to scatter across the map, and potentially deal economic damage. And it is going to be the Void Ray. Okay. Does rally over towards the first Overlord, and as we just mentioned, the goal here is to hunt down the Overlords and to keep Rogue in the dark as to what comes next. Now, SKillous, he may hide tech, or he may not. That's what's dangerous about this opener here. We could see a Twilight Council immediately before the third base into Glaives, into a commitment into Glaive Adepts. We could see a Fleet Beacon into a fast Mothership, Fleet Beacon into Tempest Rush or Carrier Rush, second Stargate into Mass Oracle if we were casting a herO, for example, or we could even just see a third base into a later Twilight Council and Forge, which would be a standard opener. We could see something standard, we could see something different, something more aggressive. For now, Void Ray moves out. Now, the reason why you want to avoid the initial Overlord is because that Overlord's already dead. The reality is that Overlord, it's already dead, so no reason to go for it. Instead, does move out, catches another Overlord, and now that forces Rogue to respond, and there it is instantly. Overlords, they come back home. Overlords, they race back home. If the initial Overlord was hunted first, then Rogue would have had time to save the Overlord that just died. So SKillous does get a second Overlord, nicely done. Rogue goes for a very fast lair. That was like, what, a 4-minute lair timing? Jesus. So fast lair out of Rogue. Overlords are falling. And so far it looks like, oh, I was going to say a standard follow-up. There we go. I was waiting for the Forge. Waiting for the Forge. Going to be a slightly delayed Forge here from SKillous. Going for a slightly earlier Gateway. Sorry, slightly earlier Twilight Council, I should say. Working towards +1 and Blink. SKillous does move out, getting his third base up and running. Now, with this fast lair, it will give access to Rogue to have a faster Overseer Scout. So that is going to be available. Otherwise, I don't see a Roach Warren. This otherwise might just be Lings into Hydras. I mentioned at the start of the game that Rogue's go-to style in this matchup is to rush into Lurker Tech. Yeah, there it is. There's that Hydra Den. And the goal should be to get into a fast Infestation Pit into fast Lurkers. That's typically Rogue's go-to. I'll say he does it every game, but like at least 70% of the time, like most of the time. That's what he embraces. Now SKillous, he does a pull away. We just see the follow-up here, no going into Colossus, going into Storm. Getting into a splash damage of choice. Likewise, we'll threaten the Shade. Lings are in position. Rogue getting fully saturated on 3 bases, will soon take a 4th. Until then, is keeping up. Is keeping up. Now, what's scary about what Rogue is doing and why he should be rushing towards Lurker Tech is because he did skip melee. He did skip melee, and yep, speaking of rushing into Lurkers, there's the Infestation Pit into fast Hive, into fast Lurker Tech. And again, this is just a style that Rogue is very fond of. If he were to stay on Ling Hydra, then he would have gone for melee earlier instead of +1 range, just so his Lings could be more of a supportive unit for his Hydras and be more effective. The fact that there is no melee upgrade means that he has no real intention of investing too heavily into Lings and spending too much time on Ling Hydra. Dome Storm is on the way. Now, if at the start of the game we can be like, oh no, yeah, Rogue, he likes going, like rushing into Lurker Tech, that's like his go-to style. SKillous probably knows the same thing. SKillous, he probably knows that as well. So we're gearing up towards a longer game state here. We should be working towards a 4th base and working towards Sky Toss. That would be the ideal. But for now, we're committing here to a ground-based composition. Meanwhile, from Rogue, there it is, Hive into Lurker Tech. Into those Lurker upgrades, and we shouldn't be seeing Rogue be aggressive until he maxes out on Lurkers. I say max out until he reaches like 180 supply. until he's able to get a comfortable count of Hydra Lurker. Then he can start being active. Usually he does focus more on maxing first, on getting a secure economy, getting into Nidus play, and then harassing with Nidus Worms. Meanwhile, SKillous, as we mentioned, there is that fleet beacon working towards Sky Toss. Now, my one criticism here for SKillous is that it does feel like his Sky Toss transition is a little bit late. I feel like we could have seen the fleet beacon a little bit earlier, and his second Stargate a little bit earlier as well. So I do feel like there's going to be a window in time where Rogue is going to have Lurker tech, and SKillous is going to be stuck with a ground army. So I do think there's a window where Rogue can abuse SKillous. So far, Storm is going to turn away. Rogue threatening a push. Lurkers are morphing in. And here they come. Initially we have 6, soon to be 9 Lurkers. Lurkers are revealed, Mothership's on the way. Decent Storm, Stasis not quite connecting. Storms are popping up. Lurkers are gaining ground. Tempest production has begun, but again, it's only one Stargate. Like, SKillous, he wasn't really ready for this. As you can see, the Lurkers just edging their way closer towards the expansion. And SKillous, he's up against the wall. What's up against his own Nexus? The decent Storm, softening up some of those Lurkers. One Lurker goes down. Nice initial pickup, but there's still, what, 9 Lurkers left. The concave has been set up. Oh, gets another Lurker. Nice pickup. Stasis goes off. Another Storm and another Lurker. Lings, they collapse in, and Rogue's going for it. Is trying to at least take down a High Templar. The Templar goes down. Tempest has arrived. And again, it's just the one Tempest. SKillous, he has money, but he can't spend it. He has almost 1,000 gas and almost 2,000 minerals. Does need that second Stargate. Cloak comes in. Ooh, no detection. Nice timing here. With the help of Cloak, finally Rogue, he's forced back. SKillous trying to reinforce, but again, SKillous having a really hard time spending his money here. Just now going for a second Robo. Nice pickups. Oh, detection coming in. A one-eyed Templar goes down. He gets one, almost a second. Yeah, barely does get 2 High Templar. Better Storm towards the end. Nice low zone. But this is still on a knife's edge here for SKillous, as finally we get 2 more Stargates, but these are so late. Late production, late tech. I still want to give Rogue the advantage for the time being, at least until SKillous can stabilize, and he isn't there yet. Oh no! He's getting caught out. Yeah, massive catch here at Templar. They barely do escape. Not even 1, 2 High Templar go down. Almost 3. Brutal pickoffs. SKillous caught out in the open. Has to pull away, has to retreat. Now he's making 3 Tempests at a time. SKillous is getting there again. He's stabilizing. He's stabilizing on a higher tech army. He's almost there. And that should force out Vipers and Corruptors. Should force out Vipers, Aspires. Aspire's already done. No Spire upgrades yet, so Rogue is not quite where he wants to be. Once the Sky Toss really builds up. But now they're rotating and is looking to deny the center expansion. We force back though. And peels off a couple of Lurkers. Next is going to be denied. There's no detection. Oh, there's a cancel. Nice revelation. We'll hunt down at least 2 of these Lurkers. Gets 1. Ah, just the 1. Just 1 Lurker goes down. Ling Rumba here towards the natural. There is a full wall. Despite that, the Lings, they will find some damage. Okay, 2 shield batteries and a pylon. Not bad. Of the Lurkers. And SKillous, he's maxing out. Now the problem though is that SKillous, he needs an expansion. He does need another. Oh no! Oh my god! He moved commands in. Does stumble onto the army. please add a lot of stalkers. And here we go. Rogue is coming in to punish. Shuts down with the Tempest. He goes to the Mothership. Mothership will pull away in time. But there's not that many stalkers, not anymore. Nice storm. Very nice storm. Whew. Skills holds. Skills, he does hold. He did lose 2 Tempests in the process, but he shuts down 8 Corruptors. So not a bad trade here for SKillous. But again, he needs that gold base, and this is not an easy base to take. Not with that map control. Oh. Tempests are tied up here with the Lings. Lurkers are coming from behind, and the ground army is cornered. Uh-oh. And SKillous, there's no way out of this. He's, oh no. He is cornered here in the map. Lurkers, they do dive in. And there's no recalling. He tries to, but he's gonna lose everything. Yeah, SKillous is baited into the corner. He will lose his army. Down to 2 Tempests and a handful of Stalkers, and now it's go time. Rogue, he gains massive momentum. Is pushing 40, he's going for the kill. Zorba will deny an expansion. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, not anymore. Against SKillous, he was lured into the corner of the map. He got surrounded, he got locked down. And SKillous, he would lose everything. GG gets called, and Rogue will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. This is Rogue's go-to here, is just be very defensive, is just focus on the economy, focus on teching, focus on rushing into lurker tech, and then once he gets his lurkers up and running, then he can be aggressive himself. And we saw that SKillous, he was a little bit late to realize what was going on. If you remember, my big criticism was when SKillous threw down the fleet beacon, he did not throw down Stargates, and he had the money for it. He had the money for it, he had the resources for it, but he did not throw down his Stargates, so he could only make 1 Tempest at a time for so long, so it took him so long to actually get into his Sky Toss and to have an army to contest against the Hydra Lurker of Rogue. By the time he did, Rogue, he already had map control, and as you saw, he was just pulling SKillous apart. With that, GG. GG, well played. Rogue, he will take the lead in the series, and we'll see if Rogue can claim it all, or if SKillous can bounce back and force the ace match. Let's go. We'll see if he can bring it back. As a lot of this will come down to the map as well. Rogue, he's very fond of, you know, this more defensive, tech-heavy style, but he doesn't do that every game. On smaller maps like Whispers of Gold, like Ultra Love, I'm on the fence on Ultra Love at least, but on some of these smaller maps, he is more willing to be more aggressive and be more mid-game oriented. So curious to see what the vetoes were and what map we're loading into. Ooh, okay, as we are spawning into a rush map. Up next, Sandworm. Let's go. Sandworm is one of the new TLMC 20 maps. Again, a map that we did feature quite a lot over the weekend as well. If you remember, this is the map that does feature the Dragon's Teeth in the center of Sandworm, which can actually make for some very interesting engagements and very interesting fights as well. Likewise, the map itself is quite small, short rush distance by ground, but, you know, those Dragon's Teeth do complicate things when it comes to center engagements. We'll see. We'll see how both SKillous and Rogue will approach this. So we're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have our blue Protoss player. We have representing Team Liquid down in the series. See if you can bounce back and force that ace match. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg himself from South Korea representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And already, this bodes well. Remember, there is a veto process, and in both series, players are already embracing the TLMC maps. Now, does that say something about the current map pool? A little bit, I would say. There's definitely a lot to be desired with the current map pool, and already players are jumping at the heels to get into some of these newer maps instead, which I do appreciate. Meanwhile, Rogue force take the unnatural natural, as SKillous does deny. as we get into game 2. Big shout out to Complete in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 13 months, for over a year of support. Thank you, papi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. As always, do appreciate it, papi. Ah, beautiful. So here are settling into Sandworm. SKillous going for a stand opener, going for a gate expand. Meanwhile, SKillous going for his third base. Again, the rush distance by ground on this map is very short rush distance by ground. Likewise, just a very congested map in general. And in the center, we have, as I mentioned before, these dragon teeth. These are cones in the center. They are spread out in such a way where some units can traverse through, others cannot. This is more restrictive than Neon Violet Square. Neon Violet Square, most units can actually pass through the pachinko machine, not all but most. Here, only small units. I'm saying workers, marines, zealots, zerglings, adepts, sentries. Certain small units can fit, but larger units cannot. When I say a larger unit, imagine a stalker. Stalker cannot move through this. An immortal cannot move through this. An archon can't move through this. Roaches cannot move through this either. So yeah, we do have quite a restrictive kind of like area here in the center, which can lead to some interesting engagements. Likewise, we have more teeth here on the right. Likewise, more teeth over towards the left as well. We'll see if they come into play. So far, we do see a SKillous moving out with his initial scouting adept. Likewise, once again, Stargate open out of SKillous. Game 1, it will Stargate into Void Ray. We'll see if he goes for the same opener or if he goes for an Oracle first instead. Now, in general, I do like the idea of opening up Void Ray multiple times in the series and mixing up the build, but this time that is not the case. It is going to be the Oracle opener instead. So Oracle first by SKillous, not Void Ray. The goal here is to move out and potentially get some economic damage. We'll see if Skills can pull it off. Shall see. That picks in. Takes down the tumor. Very nice catch. Tumor goes down. SKillous pulling back, saturating his third. Oh, saturating his third base, advancing on forward, getting to a second Oracle as well. So far, no major economic damage. Meanwhile, the follow-up is standard, Forge, and the Twilight Council into +1 and Blink on the way from SKillous. Nothing crazy yet. As Rogue does invest into an extra wave of Lings. We have 12 more Lings on the way, so Lings, they do move out, but there are plenty of Oracles to defend. These Lings, they should not find too much damage, but they will at least keep the Oracles busy. Yeah, they distract the Oracles. They allow Rogue to drone and to be uncontested here back at home. The mineral lines are safe and sound. A couple of Lings do fall. And Rogue goes for a later lair. Okay. Is going to be a later lair here from Rogue. Did begin at around the 440 mark. Meanwhile, last game we saw it was around 4 minutes, if not earlier than that. It was crazy. Oh, takes down both tumors. Oh my god. Does take down the tumor. Nice pickoff. +1 Blink is on the way, as we did mention. We have a gateway explosion. We're getting up to 6 gates for the time being. Did I say 6? Ooh, getting up to 7, getting up to 8. Oh my god! 3-base all-in. We're going for a 3-base all-in. SKillous is going for a massive gateway explosion, and he is not taking his gases at his third base. We are committing here into purely +1 Blink Stalkers. Question becomes, how many gateways? The answer, currently 8. Most likely there's going to be 9, maybe even 10. What I'm referring to here is there's no robo. There's no robo, which means there's no warp prism. The goal should be to throw down a proxy across the map to reinforce. As Stalkers, they do push. The Lings just try to come in from behind. And there's going to be a big scout. Rogue, he confirms no gases. No gases here at the third base. Extra Stalkers are warping in. And SKillous, he is about to commit. There's still no probe with the main army, so there's no proxy pylon yet, which is surprising to me. So you see a SKillous rotating. Rogue did skip his Roach Warren, so he's going purely Ling Hydra. Oh, hello. SKillous, he's going for the gold. Now, this is an interesting decision here. SKillous, he's getting into charge +2. Oh, the goal base is scouted though. Yeah, the goal base is going to be scouted. But SKillous, he's still not taking his gases. So the sign of not taking gases here is a sign that obviously there's no further tech, there's no storm, there's no colossus, there's no immortal production, right? There's no further tech. It's purely a gateway army. But what this goal base allows SKillous to do is to reinforce with a massive amount of charge lots. So that's going to be quite a way to kind of transition out of the initial HK3 base all-in into a 4 base setup with a big prioritization on mineral income. As he's moving out. As he moves out, the Lings, they just keep on counterattacking. Once again, just forcing SKillous back. Yep, he has to turn back around. Despite having this large army, he just hasn't been able to make use of it. Not yet. But I think this is okay. So this is kind of a weird build out of SKillous. It's unique, and it's making use of the map itself. Again, he has no plans to tech, but he is going to hit with +2. There's going to be a strong +2 timing available here with all these charge lots. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Rogue coming in for the surround. Ooh, the recoil does not quite catch all the stalkers. Ooh, and this is brutal. So many stalkers going to be going down here. Every unit counts. And ideally, SKillous, he wants to preserve his army because he's all in. Like, he wants to preserve it. He wants to build up towards his initial push, but that's not happening. Oh, boy. Yeah, Rogue, he's choking himself up a little bit here. The Banelings, they trap the Hydras. Hydras are trapped. Rogue has to pull away. As he does break out. Does break out, does rotate. Micro's trying to collapse in. Nice station traps here on the Banelings. Meanwhile, the Hydras are exposed. Where are the Lings? If we need Ling support here. Ling's not available. Banelings rolling in. So far, there's no charge to support. The Banelings, they trade against Stalkers. Not the best trade here for Rogue. Banelings, they do not get into the mineral line. Again, Banelings, they tickle Stalkers. And Rogue, he plummets in supply. And SKillous, he's pushing through. He's pushing through. Again, just purely a gateway composition. Now getting into +1 armor. Without any Banelings, now there's going to be time for charge lots to actually reign supreme. And here they come. The charge lots, they are warping in. And he's getting up to, I believe that's a 11 or 12 gate setup. 11. So he's getting up to 11 gateways. And again, he has the support of this gold. Now he takes the Gas Geyser. This Gas Geyser is the first sign that now we can start to afford something greater, more than just a gateway army. It's going to be for a second forge. Second forge on the way. Rogue is still on the back foot. Again, Rogue, he committed quite hard. And Rogue himself hasn't been droning. Rogue, he got up to, what, 3.5 base, almost 4 base saturation, 73 workers. That is okay, but he isn't taking up any further. He's not droning up any further, not yet. He wants the goal base for himself. But Rogue, he's stuck on Ling Hydra. Or Ling Bane Hydra. So this is very much so on a knife's edge. This can still go either way. He rotates over to the bottom right. Takes down the Lings. Oh, Banelings, they will crash into the charge lots. Not bad. The charge lots are called out. SKillous, let's get the hell out of here. Does need to pull away. So run by is denied by the Hydras, and now we can see Rogue taking. Rogue, he's still on 76 workers, but he can soon saturate the gold. Soon. Likewise, working towards Hive Tech. Until then, trying to keep up with SKillous. SKillous still investing in upgrades. Still hasn't taken his gases here at his third. So still purely Stalker Zealot. Now, what's concerning here is that this style that SKillous is going for doesn't have a lot of longevity. As we're trying to emphasize, like there's no Immortals, there's no Archons, there's no Storm, there's no Sky Toss. There it is. Now we have a gas. Now we have another gas on the way. Now we can start to afford Storm and Archon production, so that's on the horizon. But there's a big window where Rogue could potentially abuse that if he were to have gotten into Lurker tech. Invitation is done. No Hive yet, no Lurkers either. Still just Ling Bane Hydra. There it is, Hive it just began. Aliens are denied, they don't get into the mineral line. And SKillous, he is trading well. He's trading well against the Ling Bane. And likewise, he wants to catch these Banelings as well. Again, Banelings that don't really trade well against Stalkers at all. As you can see. Once again, nice movement. Oh, but we have an overwhelming number of Hydras here at the base. It's going to be denied. He wants the expansion, and he may just get it. Running out of Ling Bane, though. Uh-oh. As Ling Bane runs out, Hydra's going to be going down, but he does get the expansion. He has to get the hell out of here. Takes down the base. Keeps fighting. Do we have any chargeable reinforcements? Not yet. Where are those Zealots? SKillous, he does kite back. There we go. Zealots now warping in. He needs those reinforcements. As he does dive on those Hydras. And Rogue, he did overstay his welcome. After killing the base, he should have gotten the hell out of here, but he stuck around. And that's going to cost him these Hydras. Hydras are going to be falling. We have a couple of Ling reinforcements. Okay, whew, the Hydras do escape. Did lose 7 Hydras in the process. He maintains most of his army. And now it's time for Lunkers. It's time for the Lunkers, papi. Lurker Den is on the way. Gold base is getting saturated. And now I have to be concerned for SKillous, because if we can get up to a high Lurker count, SKillous, he's once again not ready for that. He's not ready for that kind of tech. This kind of build that SKillous was going for was meant to kill Rogue like 5 minutes ago. like Rogue, he should be dead by now, but Rogue, he's been able to maintain his own economy, maintain map control. As SKillous, he can't take up into like Sky Toss from here or into a more robo-heavy composition. Like he just wasn't really ready for that sort of thing. Wasn't banking on that. Nice catch with the Zealots, getting top of Hydras, not bad. And now Stargates, Fleet Beacons on the way. But again, SKillous, he needs time. He needs time for the Sky Toss. These Zealots are the MVP. Oh my god, the Zealots, they get drone kills. 8 drones going down. 11 workers even, very nice damage. Finally some economic damage here in favor of SKillous. Trying to push forward here into these Lurkers. Nice storm in the mineral line. Drones are going down. 23 drones. The Zealots in the main, they killed everything. Zealots in the main base plus the storms. 25 drone kills. Likewise, Zealots here at the third. Rogue getting pulled apart. And this is what SKillous needed. Now he has breathing room. That's forcing Rogue back. Rogue down to 49 drones. And it isn't about killing Rogue here and now. It's about forcing Rogue to drone. That means he's not making units. He's not making army. Knight Templar. No! Knight Templar. They're going to go down. All 3 of them. Brutal pickoffs. Rogue, he does catch 3 Knight Templar. Still pushing forward. Spire is on the way. And SKillous, he still needs a little bit more time here for his Tempest. There we go. First Tempest has arrived. Oh no! He has the detection. Yeah, Revelation 1 second too late. It's a brutal blink. And once again, the expansion, it's gonna fall. Expansion is going down. And once again, it's this Lurker timing. We saw it in Game 1, now we're seeing it here. We got here in a different way, and this is a later Lurker timing from Rogue in Game 2, but we got there. And it's something that SKillous just can't contend with. Not yet. And he won't ever be able to deal with it without a base. Without another expansion, you can see the gold is running out of resources. Running out of mineral patches. Another Zealot run by gets 20. Jesus! 28 drone kills. Oh my god. These Zealot run bys time and time again, catching Rogue completely off guard. The pants are down. This is like the the Zerg herO. except herO usually, even though his pants are down, he defends anyway. Rogue, not at all. He needs to learn from herO is what I'm saying. He needs to learn. Oh my god. Brutal Storm. Was herO leaves the door open, but he punishes any kind of harassment. Here, Rogue, he just loses everything. That was how many? That was 57 drone kills. 57 workers go down. And with that, Rogue, he's running out of money. Straight up, he just broke. Rogue is broke. These Zealot Rumbites have been the MVPs. They've been the MVPs for SKillous. Time and time again, they've just gotten in. And now the Tempest count, we've built up to how many? Built up to 6. 6 Tempests here for SKillous. Has plenty of Storm. SKillous now he's double expanding. Gold base is gonna fall. That's the one gold base, the one base that's keeping Rogue in this game. The gold does crumble. And Rogue, he's down to what? He's down to half a mining base bottom right. He's down to some saturation here. Barely any mining going on. And SKillous, he's doing it. He's bringing us to the ace match. He's sending it, baby. He's sending it. Rotates bottom right. Army's out of position. Lurkers trying to dive in. Nice Storm. Oh my god. Nice Storm in the main army. Rogue has to fall back. SKillous, he gets a revelation. Takes out one of the Lurkers. Nice main army diving in. Oof. Storms are going to be brutal though. Take down most of the Hydras and GG gets called. Yeah, Rogue just doesn't really have much left over. And SKillous ties up the series. We are going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SKillous does tie things up. We are going to the ace match. A very intense game. And part of it is because of the size of the map. If you remember, Sandworm is a rush map. It is a rush map, very small map, short distance by ground. So we saw aggression from both sides. We saw that because of that, both players had a really awkward transition in towards that hive tech, in towards late game, where Rogue had later lurkers. Likewise, SKillous took him a long time to actually take gases and actually start working towards Storm and working towards Sky Toss as well. But what really clinched it out there for SKillous was the Zealot Rumbites. Time and time again, we saw Zealots bust into the main, the natural, the third base, the fourth base, killing mineral line after mineral line, and Rogue was caught with his pants down multiple times in that game, and that cost him the game itself. That harassment, those Rumbites did cost him the game. He was unable to defend as he was being aggressive, and with that, Rogue, he ran out of steam, ran out of money. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends as we load into our final map of the series, where we drop in. Oh, let's go! Once again, featuring some of the new TLMC maps, and again, both in the first series and in the second series, we are avoiding the old maps. We're loading into Persephone. Let's go. Just catching up in the chat. The battle pants are down. Oh no. Someone get those drones some pants. Someone. Oh no. We have pants down. Someone get the emergency pair. Not like this. So we're getting into our ace match, and this morning in the bottom left hand corner of Persephone, we have our blue Protoss player. We have a blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. Can he keep going? Momentum is on his side. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Rogue. Here we go. I can't believe these guys are still wearing pants at this point. If you don't have suspenders or a belt. True. I think the secret is Like, we joke about this. Unironically, like herO, he's perfected the art of just playing without pants and just embracing it. Like, he he comes in already pantsless. He's ready to go. That's the secret. herO, the door is always open. That's true, but herO, he rarely loses probes. Like, it's impressive how well herO can defend, despite how many Lings get into his natural and get into his main. it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, herO, he likes it. He likes having his pants down. Ah, no. It's crazy. It's crazy. He was born pantsless. He's in his element. But now, though, we're settling in to our ace match. Welcome one and all to Persephone. Persephone is another smaller map, a bit of a shorter rush distance by ground. Likewise, there is a goal base on the right-hand side. We have speed zones as well to add to even more flavor here on the right-hand side of the map. And we even have this healing shrine. Now, on the one hand, it's really cool to see all these unique features, goal base, speed zones, healing shrine, but it's all on the right-hand side. And for the most part, I mean, this map is short by air, short by ground. Aggression is favored here, so we actually haven't really seen much of this come into play. I say that infamously, Cristiano, he was popping off against ByuN on this map, and you could argue that Cristiano should have beaten ByuN. If you recall, when ByuN was contained on 3 bases, Cristiano, he had the goal base, he had bottom right, he had center right, like he had a booming economy, and ByuN just refused to die. And eventually he overwhelmed Cristiano. But outside of that, we haven't really seen too many other, or any other player really take advantage of this location. We'll see if either one does this time. Once again, Stargate opener from SKillous. That guy's be like light, no pants. Oh no. Ah no. Not like this. That's SKillous, who does thread in the shade. Does thread in the shade into the main base. Likewise, just keeping tabs here on rogue. Rogue will take his third. And once again, 2 games in a row, SKillous, will open up Oracle. Now, as a reminder, SKillous did open Void Ray in game 1, but here in game 2 and in game 3, we've seen more standard openers, Oracles to harass, Oracles to scout, and we should be taking a third base behind this. So more standard play this time by SKillous. Does pull away the Adept, does take a bit of hull damage. Again, there is a healing shrine here, by the way, that we could make use of. Just saying. To heal up that Adept. Heroes don't need... Heroes don't wear pants. True, true. As that say shade into the naturals, so far they can one-shot drones, they get 1, and they get 2 workers so far. Not bad, but ideally you want more than that, and oh, it's only going to be 2 drones. So 2 drones for 2 adepts, I would say a better trade for Rogue, but the Oracle comes in for a drive-by here and gets 2 more, just barely. Did I say 2? Gets 3, 5 in total, not bad. 5 workers go down. Yo, can we heal this Oracle? Can that wait, if we can, that's gonna be huge. We'll feature this at one point, eventually. So now Lings, they do rotate. Oh, but yeah, I'm just thinking here. So typically, health is a resource for Oracles. Like straight up, HP is a resource for these Oracles, and it is not uncommon to dive in, get 1, 2, 3 drone kills, but the Oracles take a lot of hull damage, and specifically because Protoss units don't have a way to heal their units, like that's meaningful. That's typically meaningful damage. If something like a health pad comes into play, then suddenly that gets stripped away. True. Like that is a big factor here. Meanwhile, Lings, they do poke in. At the same time, Oracle Adept, they threaten the shade. Rogue, he's going for an early Evo Chamber into plus on melee. This is for Ling Hydra. Rogue, once again, he plans on skipping his Roach Warren. But unlike game 1, he should be embracing Ling Bane Hydra in the mid-game. He's not rushing into Lurker Tech. Not this time. Meanwhile, Adept, they shade in. Ooh. Catch out a couple of workers. It's going to be 3 drones going down. As the Adept, they shade away. barely shade out. SKillous establishing his third. And building up towards Pulse on and Blink. Again, a standard follow-up here from SKillous. I still has these steps that can threaten Rogue, but he's just building up towards that mid-game. Towards that proper 3-base saturation. Okay. So I did just confirm here. Basically, do you see these purple little circles or semicircles even around the healing shrine? Those are air blockers. So air units like oracles cannot use this, which I think is a good thing. So oracles, they cannot use the healing shrine as they are blocked by those air blockers. Only ground units can. And I feel like we have seen opportunities for adepts to maybe make use of it. I don't think SKillous or Rogue are aware of the healing shrine, I'll be honest. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they push out towards the left-hand side, threatening the expansion. Lings, they come in for the surround, and he's going for the base. Can he get it? One more volley. He will get the expansion, but alas, Lings, they will punish this so hard. They come in for the full surround. Oracles, they try to support. Oracles are being targeted down as we speak, and so will the Stalkers. Yeah, I don't think this is worth it here. SKillous going to be losing everything. Every Stalker does fall. Adepts, they no shade here on the right-hand side. Not many Lings left over. They will get into the mineral line. Just two. Two of them shade in. SKillous reinforcing as best he can. Making a very messy setup here as Rogue goes for the drop lords into the main. Does drop in. Does threaten the mineral line, but so far SKillous he keeps up. Doesn't lose too much. Your burrow is revealed. And SKillous, did he notice? Did he notice that burrow? He must have this time. Gonna be forced back. Oracle's racing back home with a revelation. And does SKillous know? Does he land that revelation? Up! There we go. Gets the Lings in the main. But the still Lings are at the natural. And he does notice. Let's go. Now, as SKillous is busy cleaning up all these Lings, Rogue, he re-expands. He double expands, takes the triangular third base alongside the base on the right-hand side as well. Does take both expansions. Likewise, Hive is on the way. Researching into Hive and building up towards Lurker Tech. On the one hand, as I mentioned before, we did stick with Ling Hydra for a little bit longer in this game, but the end goal, as always here for Rogue, is Lurkers. That is his end goal, that is his win condition. Can he get into Lurker Tech? He's almost there. Fun fact, these Hydras don't even have any upgrades. Hydra range just now finishing, Hydra speed just now beginning here. Again, the Hydra upgrades are delayed. Prioritizing the Lurker Den and the Hive. As they are finishing up. SKillous coming here into Mass Stalker. And can he break this location? There's not that many Lings. Oh. And not many Lings to defend. Lurkers are spotted. SKillous, he wants to break through. Can he? Trading well. Picks up Hydras. Hydras are going down. Nice wing control, but alas, he will not get on top of the Lurkers. Lurkers, they finish morphing in just in time. Gets another revelation. Ooh, SKillous, he's unaware of the expansion. Unaware of the hatchery. Oh no! As Lings, they flood in. The wall is not a wall. Gets into the main. Once again, can always burrow. Can and probably will. Yeah, it does burrow in the main. Likewise, hatchery is saved just barely. SKillous gonna be rotating instead. It looks like he may come across a stray expansion. Oh my god. As the revelation does miss the Lurkers. Did miss the Lurkers. Rogue has momentum. He's close to maxing out. Oh my god. Oh no! Blinks in. And we'll take these spatulas to the face. And SKillous, he should not be here. He's getting caught out. He's getting surrounded. Lurkers, they collapse in from the front, from behind as well. Comes in for the surround. SKillous, he will escape with some Stalkers, but he lost every High Templar. Yeah, these are just expensive losses for SKillous. And he's on a decent economy, but he can't sustain this. Not this many losses, not that quickly. And herO's coming in for the kill. herO's almost max, is up 40 supply, pushes out towards that fourth. He's throwing skills away from his own expansion. And this fourth bait is forfeit. I mean, how does he save it? How can he? He's just locked out of the expansion. Workers are pulled away. Base is gonna fall. SKillous trying to engage, trying to hold on. Instead of going for a massive zealot counterattack. But alas, he will lose it. And Nexus falls likewise, drop into the main. Go for the lurker drop. Zealot will hit the mineral line. This is good damage, but it's too late. Unfortunately, this time it is too little too late. herO moving forward, it takes down the Tempest. Tempest goes down. herO is overwhelming. Against SKillous, he played out this series very well, making it all the way to the ace match, but was overly aggressive previously. He got caught one too many times. Got caught twice actually in this game, if you recall. Nice slow zone. You just can't touch this army though. You cannot touch these lurkers. Not like this. Not like this, Pappy. Trying to force his way in. Will clean up the lurkers eventually, but at the cost of 20 probes and an expansion. Lings, they just keep flooding in. Bust into the main base once again. SKillous, he's forced into his own all-in. And he does have a large army, that is true, but breaking a siege line like this is still not easy. There are what, 4 lurkers, soon to be 6. He will collapse in this. He will just surround this army from behind. Corruptors, they shut down the mothership. There's not that much on the ground though. The Archons are breaking through. Do we have too many Corruptors? Dead supply. Dead supply. The Corruptors. Lurkers are falling, and somehow, someway, SKillous, he can bust into the natural. He can break into the natural. He can get a kill here in the natural base at least. But over time, herO is still massing up an army. Very impressive fight from SKillous. Oh, barely doesn't get the lurker. Yeah, barely not. Lurker does borrow in time. Again, just an overcommitment here to these Corruptors is not helping. Apple running out of Archons. Yeah, running out of Archons, running out of steam here. GG gets called as there's nothing left. And herO, he will take the series 2-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Didn't make it easy for himself at the end there, as he did overmake Corruptors and did not really have much on the ground to support the lurkers. So that was an impressive fight to end it for SKillous, but in the end he was overwhelmed. In the end he just ran out of steam, and again he was all in. GG. GG, well played, was all in, wasn't quite enough to break herO, and with that, herO, he will claim the series, will advance on into the next round. Congratulations. Congratulations. A shout to SKillous, shout to Nikita. Again, he did play this out very well. There's a world out there where SKillous even 2-0s, I'll be honest. The game on Amygdala was quite close, and if only SKillous had gotten that second Stargate faster, I can definitely see Amygdala going SKillous's way as well. So it was close. It was a close series in the end. GG. GG, well played. herO, he will claim it, and let's head on over here to our bracket to catch up on the rest of the tournament. Okay, here we go. So from the top, we do have actually quite a lot has not progressed. I feel like that was a long series, but there's still a lot of the bracket left over here. Just some updates. Clem is up against Mocha. Mocha had a very long series in the first round, so that did delay things. Nickrat took down Milky Cat 2-1, big win there for Nickrat. ByuN takes down Classic 2-1, big win for ByuN, went all the way to the ace match. Cure takes down Prome. Shameless takes down Jumi 2-1, and we have Cure versus Shameless in that round of 16. That's what we're waiting for the winner against herO. That is the upper half of the bracket, as again, ByuN and herO, they have some downtime. I mean, feels ByuN, man. ByuN has a lot of downtime waiting for him, waiting for a lot of matches to wrap up. Scrolling down here to the lower half of the bracket, oh, we have a lot more progression this time. Here we go. We have a lot more updates here. We have MaxPax takes down... Wait. Nice. Nice 2-0 to ryung. My tuna. Nice 2-0 ryung. That's a big win for Nice. Nice is not an orthodox player. He is very unorthodox. He does like to mix it up and does try to mix in some unique builds from time to time. So very big win for Nice. Does go down to MaxPax, but that was a very impressive performance to bring down ryung 2-0. GG, well played. MaxPax takes down Nice. Likewise, Solar takes down Bunny, and MaxPax up against Solar in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down a little bit further, herO 2-0's Percival. Percival did take down Mana in the first round. Big win there for Percival. Very impressive. I rate Mana quite highly, so very well done there to Percival. Creator 2-0 Shin. Shin is eliminated, and Creator, he advances on a face-off against herO in the quarterfinals. Big win for Creator. I do rate Shin over Creator typically, but it is still very close between the two of them. I was expecting an ace match. I was not expecting a 2-0 for Creator, so big win there for Creator. Now up against herO, and now we get down to 2 Zerg players, Solar and Rogue, and it's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb here for Solar. Solar has been very vocal about ZVP. He does not enjoy it. He is yeah, not too happy with ZVP, so best of luck to Solar as he's up against all the Protosses down here. Is surrounded by Protoss, if you will. And scrolling up, we again have our match, and we have some downtime. So we're probably going to wait here for Cure and Shameless to either get into game 2, get into game 3, or follow the winner into Rogue. Currently our attention here is in the upper half of the brackets. If you want to tune into some of these other matches, I believe Wardy is also casting this event in English, and I believe Mr. Shameless, Steadfast is also casting in English as well. I'm sure he's in his own series. Percival to Mana is kind of crazy, no? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So as I mentioned, right, like Percival to take down Mana 2-0 is very impressive. As I mentioned, I do favor Mana over Percival, so that's a big win for Percival. Is a big win. As we did go over. As we are, I guess, embracing some downtime here. Actually, hold on. What's Rex casting? I know Rex is in a series as well. Is he covering Solar? Oh, he is. Yo. He's don't think he's quite in the game. I think Steadfast is covering that series. Yeah. I think Steadfast is covering MaxPax versus Solar. But until then, I guess we have some downtime. So we're going to be going on a short break here. For now, we're going to set up our matches for Cure and Shameless for our TVP. And I guess until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with our next series, with our next match, with either Cure vs Shameless or maybe even another series instead. We'll see you soon. See you guys after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. As we are jumping into our next series here, we're jumping in mid-series actually into our ZVP. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Sandworm, we have our Danish Protoss player, our red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player with the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. As we do jump in, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into game number 2. Now, game 1 was on ley lines. Game 1 was on ley lines. That's all I know. MaxPax and Solar, they were going back and forth. In the end, MaxPax did overwhelm, and MaxPax is favored to at least make it to the semifinals. He is favored here to make a deep run in this tournament. Solar is the underdog coming into this. We'll see if he can fight back. We'll see if he can force the ace match and even cause an upset. The pressure is on, as once again we load into Sandworm. And again, it is really cool to see players wanting to play on these maps. As a reminder, you know, these maps are... there's a veto process, and some of the older maps or the current ladder maps are available to these players, and they're not playing on them. We're seeing more and more maps like Persephone, maps like Kill Switch, and maps, Killer Smile even, and maps like Sandworm. So it's really cool to see that the players are very receptive to playing on these other maps instead. I'm more willing to veto the current ladder maps. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. And so now we are going for a gate expand here from MaxPax. So gate expand into Cybercore. Likewise, Solar does confirm this. Nothing too crazy, but welcome one all once again to Sandworm. Sandworm is a smaller map. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression can be favored on this map. And we saw SKillous attempt to be hyper-aggressive here on Sandworm, but with mixed success. It was a very chaotic game, very intense between SKillous and Rogue. We saw SKillous in the end was able to overwhelm, but it was still very close. Still very close. Likewise, we have these center goal bases, which can be a factor coming into this. We have these dragon teeth in the center that do disrupt movement from units, from armies. So it can make for some interesting fights. In general, though, I do expect to see some mid-game aggression from Solar. I expect to see, like, an early Eva Chamber, +1 melee, Ling Hydra from our Zerg player, if not even a commitment into Roaches. We shall see. So now it's going to be a Stargate opener into Oracle. Nothing too crazy here by MaxPax. Again, MaxPax isn't really one to mix things up too much. We have seen MaxPax go for 3-base all-ins in the past, but it's more of a rarity, right? It's just more of an exception to the rule. MaxPax typically does play more macro-oriented more than anything. At least in this matchup. Third base is being taken. The first Oracle has arrived. The second Oracle's on the way. MaxPax is hunting down that first Overlord. Solar likewise being active. Solar, his goal here should be to get eyes on the expansion. As Ling's flood out. And he doesn't catch the Stalker, but does confirm the expansion. You know, Oracle moves out. Gets eyes on the third. Gets some larva, not bad. One larva goes down, but the queens will keep up and will zone away. Oof. As he does get another drone. I should say his first drone. Gets a worker, takes down some larva. At the same time, second Oracle comes in from behind. It does not quite catch a transferring worker yet. Oh! Ooh, it's a bit of miscontrol there out of MaxPax. Bit of miscontrol. The Oracle does go down. A nice pick up here from Solar. MaxPax, he did pull back and then pull away, then pull back in too soon. And that was an Oracle for nothing. The first Oracle did get 2 more drone kills, but it's not worth an Oracle here. So better trade for Solar. MaxPax does slip up. Solar trying to punish. Oracle count is a little bit lower, but a third Oracle's on the way. And MaxPax is forced back home. Does turn back around. And we do see that Solar, he's not skipping his Roach Warren. Unlike what we saw from Rogue, where Rogue, he's very fond of going in and embracing Lurker tech, here we see Solar being a little bit safer. Now, we can still head towards Ling Hydra from this point, but the Roach Warren does tell us that Solar is playing safe. Solar is willing to embrace Roaches if need be. And may even commit. The Oracles are moving forward. Oh. Poking in. Poke in, they pull away. Solar, he is investing into Roach speed. That's a Hydra then, most likely going to be Hydra or Roach Hydra here by Solar. MaxPax, he thankfully does pull away this time. Saves the Oracle. Gets 4 drone kills. Not bad. Punching Solar for not having a Spore. Yeah, no Spore in position. Solar is abused for it. And MaxPax, he pulls away. Now, unlike what we saw from SKillous, MaxPax, he does take gases. Gases are being taken, so MaxPax is not going for a big gateway explosion. MaxPax, he does stay on 4 gates, and he takes up in towards a Robo and a Temple Archives, towards Immortals, and towards Storm and Archons. So do you see a more standard follow-up here from MaxPax, staying on a lighter gateway count to be able to take up instead. Meanwhile, Cybercore is going to go down. We can see MaxPax already replacing it. Does throw down the backup Cybercore. Stalkers, they push in. A goal base being saturated, but drones aren't going to be under fire. And he does catch at the Roaches. Gets a Roach, gets a Hydra. Very nice pickles here by MaxPax. Likewise, drones are falling. Actually, Adepts here into the natural, and the Queens are exposed. Queens are going down, he gets one, and Roaches from left-hand side. The Stalkers, they do flank. They'll engage. Nice trades here from MaxPax. He just keeps reinforcing, and remember, behind this, he doesn't have a gateway explosion. Behind this, he's taking up into Storm. Storm and Charge. Stasis goes up. Again, these were some better trades here for MaxPax, but Solar does at least maintain the goal base. So even though Solar lost a lot of drones, he's making up for that. Does make up for those dead workers. MaxPax catching another Hydra. Solar, he just ignores it, just goes for a big counterattack. MaxPax is in position, he does rotate back home. Remember, the map is small, so it doesn't take long at all to rotate. MaxPax is already here. He's already back home, he's here in time. The map, in a sense, working in his favor. Storm is still not yet done. Roach Hydra pushing forward. We got the slow lots coming into play. Storm now completes. And with the help of Storm, MaxPax, he should be able to hold on. They're mainly zoning Storms, though. There's 1 Storm left. Better connection. They're much better from MaxPax, but Solar, he's trying to break his way through. Stasis goes off. Stasis goes off. Immortal goes down. Massive pickoff. Shield Battery not within range. And Solar, he may just barely have enough as he's completely all in. He's just rushing everything across the map, trying to break MaxPax. And it's not working. It is not working. MaxPax, he barely holds on, bleeds out 5 workers. Catching out the remaining Roaches. And MaxPax holds. He barely holds on. And Solar's now in a rough position. He was all in. Like, that was meant to kill. That was meant to break MaxPax. And if that stasis didn't go off, then maybe that would have been enough. It was very close. It was very close. And as you can see, Solar, he's not droning. Solar, he is not droning. He is not saturating. He's sticking with 62 workers in a way that's kind of like full 3.5 base saturation. Or what he has, I should say. And he's getting ready for the second wave. It's time for the second round. The second all-in here from Solar. Now, he is up in army supply, but the soup does lie. Remember, this army supply is inflated by the Roaches. MaxPax has a more efficient army. Storm goes up. Nice one on the Hydras. Vials, oh, they do not connect. They graze the Zealot. Another Storms do punish Hydras. But the Shield Barrier's not ready. And Solar, he's getting into all those Stalkers and getting into the High Templar as well. And miss rally there from MaxPax. Immortal is going to go down. A bit of miscontrol. Mineral falls as well. And Solar, does he have enough to break through? It's close. It's still very close here. Now there's two Immortals. Solar, he does take down the mineral line. But remember, Solar's all in. Killing workers is not good enough. It's not good enough here. As he bleeds out Ravagers. Here comes on the way for reinforcements. MaxPax, he kites back. One of the Immortals is very exposed. And it looks like the Immortal is barely... Oh my god. Barely gonna go down. But alas, one more shot. No shot. There we go. The Immortal does fall. And Solar, he's so close to breaking MaxPax. So close. He at least gets the expansion. That's a good start. Wesley's they try to collapse on the High Templar. Getting into the mineral line, more probes falling. At the same time, MaxPax, he did expand elsewhere. Did take another expansion. Immortal goes down, massive pickoff. Does get an Immortal. Takes down the Archon, and it should be enough. Yeah, Solar, he has done it. He breaks through the main army, he breaks through the Archon. We have Zealot reinforcements coming in, but MaxPax, he has lost too much. As long as Solar makes sure that this base doesn't get up and running, Solar, he should be able to overwhelm. As MaxPax, he holds on for now, but Solar, he's getting ready for wave 3. This is round 3. Where every time he's barely not killing MaxPax, but he's doing enough damage to keep himself going. And this time he's got the Queens. This time Queens are filing in. It's been an impressive hold so far here by MaxPax, but it's not going to be enough. Not with the power of the gold base. Nice Storm. Storm, good. Jesus. Storms are good, but the army gets into the mineral line. Probes are going down, and this should be enough. There we go. Gets the expansion as well. At this point, the writing is on the wall. MaxPax lost the 4th, lost the 3rd. Still does get another base up and running. And Solar, he's rotating. He's rotating over towards that expansion. And he's here to force that ace match. He's here for it. And yes, the army supply is inflated, but this is a big disparity. Unlike previously, here he's up 80 supply, and he will overwhelm. This time, the super is not lying back. Not this time. Oh my god, we'll take a massive storm. The storms are brutal though, Jesus. Storms are brutal, but the Immortals are exposed. He gets 1, he gets 2, there's 3 Immortals left. Oh, Biles do connect. And despite the trades, despite the efficiency, it's not enough. GG gets called, and Solar ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We are going to game 3. Again, a very intense game there. Solar, he was able to barely pull off that all-in. Again, it was an impressive defense initially by MaxPax. I do think that he was in a better position after the first failed push, or after the first push, maybe that's a better way of putting it. But the second Assault did get the mineral line, did get the expansion, did pick off, importantly, Immortals as well, and with that, did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. As we're now getting ready here for the ace match, and once again we are featuring one of the new maps, one of the new TLMC maps. Once again, we are loading into Persephone. Persephone, that is the short rush distance by air and short rush distance by ground. Likewise, goal base on the right hand side, it is the map with the healing pad, which we have yet to see anyone use. No one has used it yet, but we're getting there. Meanwhile, we do have some updates here on the bracket. Looks like the entirety of the round 16 has concluded, and we are jumping into the quarterfinals. I mean, we're in the quarterfinals, but all the other quarterfinals matches have begun. Have all begun. And here we go, we're jumping into the final game of the series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can recover, we'll see if he can fight back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, with the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. silent protest against the healing pad. I think they just don't know it exists. I'll be honest. There have been moments where players could have used it, and I don't think it's protest at all. I think they just don't know. I'll be honest. Does seem that way. So now we are going to be settling in. So far, Hatchcat's full standard opener out of Solar. Likewise, MaxPax going for his own gate expand into Cybercore as well. Yeah. I know. The soup, there is too much. It's overflowing. It's too hot, man. You said, blow on the soup. Don't burn your tongue. It's crazy. Of course, my first work call is a yap for 30 minutes. I'm trying to watch some StarCraft. Don't they understand? God, so inconsiderate. True. Take care, man. Take care. But welcome on to Persephone. Again, Persephone we've seen quite a lot already over the weekend and also tonight as well. Again, short resistance by air, short resistance by ground. I do favor aggressive styles on Persephone, similar to the previous game. I would not be surprised if Solar does go for another all-in. Remember, last game, Solar, he was completely all-in with Roach Hydra. With the help of that gold base, the all-in was supported, was boosted. Here on Persephone, there is a gold, but it's not as easy to expand to, not as easy to take, so most likely it's not going to come into play. If we do see Solar committed to aggression, it'll be a different form of aggression. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Now, taking a bit of a moment here to talk about the maps themselves, I think what's important, I mean, all the tournament organizers, we have all gotten rid of King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, as well as Neo Violet Square, right? Those three maps, what's important is that they aren't just old maps, but another reason why we got rid of them is they're also very outdated when it comes to their kind of approach to StarCraft. They're all very old maps, they're all very large maps, more importantly, and they're all very defendable, easy to expand on, easy to turtle on, and we see a lot of late game on those maps as a result. It's so important here that because we're getting rid of them and featuring specifically these maps as well, they're all smaller, they're all shorter, they favor aggression. As a result, we've seen a lot of aggression already here in all of our series featuring Sandworm and Persephone as well. I do think that's a good thing. In general, this is why there was a lot of pushback against Abyssal Reef, Neo Violet Square, and King's Cove, against them coming into the map pool, which is why so many tournament organizers, ourselves included, got rid of them, is because they do kind of favor turtle play, and that's something that we don't want in StarCraft, and yeah, we're not getting it here. I appreciate it. Do appreciate it. We can still see it on maps like Amygdala, for example, but yeah, Amygdala is probably, right now, I would say Amygdala is the best map for that kind of style. Whereas previously, it would be the other three, which we have gotten rid of. And I think it also shows just how important maps are when it comes to the meta, when it comes to favoring certain playstyles and just shaping, you know, certain matchups as well. Just because those three maps really did kind of emphasize late game turtle play. And now they're out of here. Now the last tournament that was running those maps has finally gotten rid of them. Let's go. At least when it comes to the Open Cups. So I think that's what I'm most excited for when it comes to the new potential map pool with the TLMZ maps. Now, there are some larger maps in the Team Liquid map contest, that is true. There are some larger maps in there. But even then, they have different quirks to them. There's typically more of like a pro and cons to those larger maps. More so than the older maps in the map pool. Which I appreciate. But now, though, we're going to be settling in. Again, it was a Stargate opener. Stargate, it was initially Oracle into Void, or Void into Oracle. With this going to be hiding the initial follow-up. We do have a +1 and Blink on the way. Gateway Explosion here behind the natural base. Hello. That's a lot of gateways. And we haven't seen too much aggression out of MaxPax yet, but I'm leaning towards a 3-base all-in here. Right now, how many gates? 6. We have a 6-gate setup. We are waiting to see 2 more. If we throw down 2 more gates, if we don't take our gases, it's going to be a 3-base all-in. Now Solar taking his fourth. Solar, he's going to be skipping his roaches. Ooh, okay, skipping his roaches, going Ling Hydra. Solar is going to be a little bit more vulnerable as a result. And what do we see? So far the gateways are finishing up. Just 6 gates initially. Stalkers are warping in. Ah, okay, gas is being taken. Never mind. So he's getting up to 6 gates, which is a decent gate count, don't get me wrong, but he's taking gas, so he's not going all in. So no all in here by MaxPax is taking up. Is working towards most likely Storm. This can be a transition into like a Bay, a Robo, into Colossus production, but Storm has been very trendy as of late, just because of the NG overcharge, of course. So we should be seeing MaxPax taking that direction. Lings, they push in. Oracle races back home. The Lings, they will not catch the Stalker. There's that Templar Archives working towards Storm. MaxPax, he does rotate on the right hand side. He's going for the 4th base he discarded earlier with the Oracle, and he's going to go for the snipe. He's going to go for the kill. Soul out of position. It's going to go down. He knows. Yeah, Solar, he knows. He counterattacks instead. MaxPax, he can always recall. And Solar, he is committing. He's on 3 bases, 62 workers, Mass Ling Hydra. Solar, he never got an Evo Chamber, never got any upgrades. Solar, he is going for a Ling Hydra all in. So MaxPax is taking, Solar is not. We are focusing on the wrong player. I was like, yo, is MaxPax going to all in? Meanwhile, Solar, he's been planning behind this. Does push forward. Takes down the cannon, and he commits here into the base, and MaxPax will go for the base trade. Boys are being pulled. Stalkers are trading, catching reinforcements. And Solar with these reinforcements, he should have enough to defend. Likewise takes down the expansion. And Solar, he should keep going. There's that recall. Does recall back home. Solar from here, he should pull away. That's going to be a lot of Stalkers to deal with. Does pull back. And as it settles, MaxPax, he's supply block. Solar, he's down to 3 expansions, down to 3 hatcheries. But remember, Solar, he's not droning. He's not droning up. He's not setting up for a longer game. He's still making purely Ling Hydra, which is what we expected on Persephone. He's going pure Ling Hydra, committing here to the all-in. This is not quite as intense as we saw in Sam. Oh my god, as we saw in Sam, we're a massive Storm! A brutal Storm on the Hydras. Ay, ay, ay. And he can't take another Storm like that. Not like that. Hydras, they do force the Archon to morph in. Solar still trading well, though. He does trade well, does zone MaxPax away. And he does get the mineral line. The expansion is going to fall. And Solar, he's going to do it. He's going to break the expansion, bust into the natural. Storms may be able to buy some time. But MaxPax, he's already been dealt critical damage. It's already too much. Yeah, it's already too much here. Hydras, they start step forward, they take down the Cybercore, take down the gateways. Stalkers are catching reinforcements. Nice movement here from MaxPax, making use of these Stalkers. Is buying time, trading as best he can. Oh, the Storm. Again, a couple of well-placed Storms. We can maybe deal with the army. But they might just be too much anyway. Once again, nice Storm on the Hydras. But reinforcements are arriving. Stalkers are getting called out. Another Storm does connect. Oh my, can we stand at the Storms? Oh, Jesus. A lot of Hydras go down. But there's still too much. More Storms coming in. Another Storm connects. Oh my god, Jesus. Storms are connecting. Behind this is Solar, he expands. He expands. Roach Warren gets thrown down to get into Roach Hydra. Solar, he knows that he's dealt enough damage that he can start to take if he so chooses to. But he's still just making more Ling Hydra. He's still not droning. Like, Solar is still not droning. Still on at 54 workers. Has less than a 3-base economy. Oh, god. Storms are slowing him down, but again, you can even see here, MaxPax has to pull the boys, and he is being broken. And again, these smaller maps, whether it's Sandworm, whether it's Persephone, they favor these more aggressive builds. They favor these all-ins. And Solar taking full advantage of that. Which is also why Hey, I was almost convinced that MaxPax he was going to go for his own all-in as well. Opted not to. Tried to macro on Persephone. He's crazy. He's like... Ay. That Solo does pull away. And again, Solo, there's no rush. At this point, Solo, he can just drone. He can just drone, he can saturate his expansion. He can start taking in towards lurkers. Even lair tech lurkers would be okay here for Solar. There is no pressure. Meanwhile, the pressure is all on MaxPax. Pressure's all on MaxPax. He does go for his Zealot counterattack, gets one drone. MaxPax takes another expansion. Solo does commit in. Again, Solo, he's almost maxed out already, and this time he's got roaches, so he can tank some storms. At least a little bit more than previously. As he's still annihilating the Hydras. Solo does move in. He wants that Eye Templar. Splits off towards the expansion. At the same time, Zealots do hit the right-hand side. There are roaches to defend. Brutal storm. Oh my god, the storms are... He still does take all the storms to the face. Oh my god. Clem, is that you? Clem, what are you doing? Oh my god. Clem. As Solo, despite taking the storms, he still breaks through. He still breaks through nonetheless, and he still has enough of an army. Still has enough of a lead. And Solo, he's done it. GG gets called. He breaks MaxPax, and Solo will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Solar. I would say with an upset here, it does take the series, takes on MaxPax 2-1, and Solar eliminates MaxPax from the tournament. GG, well played. Solar, he's the first to make it to the semifinals, where he's waiting for his next opponent. He's waiting for either herO or Creator to come out from the quarterfinals. He's waiting for either one. Likewise, this also gives us a moment here to catch up with the brackets. And again, when it comes to Solar here, especially on the newer maps, I did mention Sandworm and Persephone. Aggression and all-ins are favored on those maps, and Solar, he did embrace them. And this might be a sign of things to come when it comes to the meta of ZVP, depending on which maps make it through TLMC. Bearing in mind that there are a lot of maps, and when it comes to the maps that were added to this tournament, Persephone and Sandworm, they are smaller maps. But there are still larger maps in Team Liquid map contest, and they may be added to the map pool instead. Yet to be determined. Meanwhile, MaxPax, he does bow out initially here, but I'm sure he'll be back for tonight's broadcast of the Monday Night Weeklies. I'm sure he will be back. Until then, we're switching our scenes over and we're catching up on the brackets. Let's go. From the top, we have Clem versus ByuN. Clem versus ByuN in a Terran versus Protoss. They're facing off as we speak. They are facing off. Likewise, going down, we have herO versus Rogue, also mid-series. herO takes down Shameless 2-0, and Clem takes down Nickrak 2-0 as well, so they both did advance on, currently mid-series. Scrolling down, looks like we have our lower semifinals ready. Oh my god, already is ready for us. Is set up. There we go, just making this a little bit more concise. We have herO. herO takes down Creator 2-1, and we have our lower semifinals. herO versus Solar is coming up next. That is our next series. Here we go. As we get our players ready and vetoes are underway. Beautiful. So says, I see Clem standing these. Give it to me, Pappy. It's how Clem looks. Looks so cute. Electricity bath is good for the skin. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, hey, it kind of worked, I guess. Kind of. Embrace the storms, Pappy. Embrace them. Ay, ay, ay. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. herO and herO, they're conducting their videos as we speak, and when we come back from the break, we will have our first semifinals. Ideally, by the time herO and herO wrap up, we have the upper semis ready for us. So we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We have around 3 series left, maybe more than that. But yeah, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break with with Solar and herO. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals or semifinales here of the WardiTV Monday number 26. Whew. We are here towards the tail end of the broadcast, and we're here to determine which is the first of these 2 players to make it to the grand finals. Will it be a Protoss? Will it be a Zerg? We're jumping in. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Team Falcons, it is Solar. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and who you think will advance on into the finals. Will be our Zerg, will be our Protoss. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck. As now we are going to be settling into our initial openers. Game 1 on Ultra Love for the first time here tonight. Ultra Love is going to be a bit of a smaller map of the map, a little bit of a smaller map. Of course, it's one of our standard or more regular ladder maps instead. No Persephone, no Sandworm yet, but I'm sure we'll get there. I'm sure we will get there at some point in this series. Until then, Hatch Gas Pool, standard open out of Solar. Meanwhile, herO going for his own gate expand. Now, for the most part, MaxPax was a little bit more passive in the last game. There was that one game on Sandworm where MaxPax was more aggressive. True. He was more aggressive on Sandworm. But outside of that, we did see some more macro play out of MaxPax throughout the course of Game 1 and in Game 3. Here, herO is a little more chaotic. He's a little more chaotic, he's a little more unpredictable, he's a little more aggressive as well. So we should be seeing a very different dynamic between herO and Solar. If we were to load into maps like Sandworm or like Persephone, I'm sure herO would be very much so in Solar's face. Here on Ultra Love, I'm curious how he does open this up. Now, here he's been very fond of going for 8 gates, 3 base all-ins on Ultra Love. We've seen it a lot on this map. That might be a factor coming into this. It might not be. Keep an eye on herO. Likewise, Solar, he has been going for a lot of all-ins tonight. He's been cutting, droning, and just embracing just pure Ling Hydra production time and time again. But I feel like the map is a big factor playing into that. And again, we'll see how he approaches Ultra Love. For now, third base attempt to be taken is going to be delayed by a second or two. Pylon gets thrown down, delays even further. There's a cancellation, and Solar can finally expand. It was delayed by a couple of seconds. We'll get his base up and running. And this herO does threaten the shade, but doesn't commit. We'll pull away. We'll pull away. Again, just keeping an eye on making sure there's no additional gases, no early tech, no early shenanigans from the Zerg. Likewise, with our Stargate opener, we have our initial unit of choice. Not going to be a Void Ray, going to be an Oracle instead. So something more standard here. Oracle into second to third Oracle, into a third base, into just map control in towards the mid game. It is the go-to build here for ZVP. Sometimes you see players mix it up with a Void Ray or even cut Oracle production. But that is not the case here. Not in Game 1. Not in Game 1. So Oracle does move out. Adepts, they threaten the Shade. Threaten the Shade to the bases. Shade does commit. Lings are in position. When the Adepts are going to be punished, they get 1, they get 2 drone kills so far. They get a 3rd barely towards the end. Oracles, they do dip in. But alas, 4 drone kills for 2 Adepts. Not the best trade here from herO, as he is cleaned up. Solar, he does defend, immediately does go for a counterattack, making his way towards the 3rd base. Oracles are out on the map, which means back at home that 3rd base is a bit exposed. But the Lings are left idle, and the warp-in is in time. So herO, he's in position, does respond. Solar, he does get into the main though. The wall is open. As to be expected here, the Lings, they flood into the natural, they flood into the main base. Probes are going to be going down. He gets 1 probe so far, he gets 2. Not bad, he gets 2 workers, but only 2. Only 2 workers go down. A nice defense here from herO. He shuts down the Lings, and now it's time to counterattack. Here we go. We have Adepts on the ground. We have Oracles in the sky. We see herO taking up, and do you see what I see? I see no Forge. There is no Forge, not yet out of herO, so this is going to be more aggressive. This almost looks like Glaives, I'll be honest, but herO does enjoy going into Blink all-ins from here. So we'll see. Blink or Glaives, what do you have for us? What do you got? Twilight Council is done. Oracles, they rotate over towards the right-hand side. Lack of Forge tells us there's not really much longevity with whatever herO is planning. He gets 1, he gets 2 workers so far. A little bit distracted. He has yet to start his tech. He has the money for it. But herO is distracted. Does pan back home. There it is. Blink is going for Blink. And it's too late for Glaives. It's too late at this point. Too much time has passed. Blink is the tech of choice. Lings, they come in for a counterattack. They do punish some of these Stalkers. He gets 1, he gets 2. Takes down 2 Stalkers. Nice pickoffs here from Solar. And back at home, Solar, he is going Ling Hydra. He does skip his Roach Horn. So Roach Horn has been skipped, embracing pure Ling Hydra. He saw extra Stalkers warping in. If there were Adepts here, it'd be a tell of something different, but he saw the Stalkers, so he knows. like he is aware. At least for the most part. And from here, Solar, he can now embrace Ling Hydra. We can see herO taking up even further. Again, he did have that later +1 and later Forge into Temple Archives, in towards Storm. So herO is taking, just now taking his gases. Again, a bit of a messy kind of transition into the mid-game here from herO. Just because he was hyper-fixated on his Oracle Harass. So that does delay it. Does mean he is delayed. We'll push forward. Threads the expansion. You can see how careful herO is being. He doesn't want to overextend it. Gets a Hydra. Gets one Hydra. Pulls away. Oh, going for the Queen. Doesn't quite get it. Gets a Hydra instead. Again, decent pickups. He hasn't lost a Stalker yet. herO will reinforce. Moves out more gateways. Oh, please add a couple of Stalkers. Not the best trade for herO. He's slowly pushing in, getting another Hydra. See how persistent herO is. How sniping those Hydras. Again, he knows the value that they hold. MaxPax expansion getting very low. And one more volley. Oh god, doesn't quite get it. Station Trap's baited out. There's still two more behind this. This time he can't quite one-shot those Hydras. Bleeding out too many Stalkers. And throughout all this, yeah, Solar is just going for a counterattack. He doesn't care. Solar, he cuts Workers at 61. He does not join up his fourth. Just using it for Larva. And Solar is going for the all-in. And again, we've seen this from Solar, both in Game 2 and in Game 3 against MaxPax. Just pure Ling Hydra. 0 Evo chambers, 0 upgrades. And he's just busting right into the natural. Does contaminate the Temple Archives. Storm is already done though, unfortunately. But despite that, does get into the mineral line, and here he's out of position. He's completely out of position. Storm comes in, but there's almost nothing here for herO. Nice storms towards the end on those Hydras. And we have another storm coming in. So again, good storms. But the armies, the numbers here in favor of Solar. Now the warp in is completing though. Can herO hold on? No shot. He shouldn't be able to. Oh, Hytella gets focused down. Not bad. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going to be falling. Here he can afford to lose some workers. Remember, it's Solar who's all in. And GG gets called. herO, he will hold on. He will defend. And Solar, he taps out. Whew. GG. herO, he survives the all in. He perseveres, and herO takes the lead. Very close though. Very close. Very intense. Against Solar, he was completely all in. It was all or nothing for him. But the storms were one too many this time. The storms, they were brutal on the Hydras. They completely shut them down. And Solar, he ran out of steam. Did run out of steam towards the end. GG. GG, well played. herO, he holds. And now we're going to be loading into, once again, one of the Team Liquid map contest maps. Going to be loading into Persephone. Now, Solar, he has gone for an all-in 3 games in a row. This Game 1 against herO. Game 3 against MaxPax, and Game 2 against MaxPax. Here in Persephone, I'm leaning towards that as well. Persephone is a smaller map. Persephone does favor aggression, and I imagine Solar is going to head into a similar direction as well. Oh boy. Let's go. And we'll see if herO can keep up. We'll see if he can survive the aggression of Solar. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. At the time of those games, of course, herO, he was playing out his series against Creator. So I don't know if he's aware of Solar's current mantra against Protoss. Just committing to all-ins. We'll find out. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have our new map, I should say, of our new TLMC 20 map, Persephone. We have the South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. No Clem MaxPax finals today. Yeah, we usually don't get Clem versus MaxPax finals. I think we went over it last time, but like I think that's only happened like 3 times this year. I think the meme persists more because of the history between the two players throughout 2024. Like it happened a lot in 2024, but less so here in 2025. Has been less of a regular occurrence. At least in these open cups. And we'll see again which of these two will make it to those finals. We shall see. So now we have our regular opener out of herO. Likewise, Solar going hatch gas pool. Nothing crazy yet. But again, Solar, he has been all-inning time and time again. So I would not be surprised if he cuts workers at 3 base saturation. I'm referring to like 60 to 66 workers, just cuts worker production, gets a 4th base for larva, and just commits. But we will see. Likewise, welcome to Persephone. There is a healing pad, of course, here on the right-hand side. We have the goal base surrounded by speed zones. In longer games, in more macro games, we could see some of these features come into play. But I'll be honest, I don't really see that happening between herO and Solar. Like, I don't... I would love to, but I don't know if we will. Don't know if we will. So now, oh my god, as we are mixing it up, this is not a standard opener. We have a robo opener instead from herO. Interesting. Now, with a robo opener, we could see herO open up with a disruptor drop. Disruptor drops are very old school, though. I say old school. From a couple of years ago, we don't often see disruptor drop openers nowadays. This could be for early immortal production for a 2-base all-in. This could be for fast prism into prism harass, which is also kind of a weird way to take this. I'm leaning towards either fast bay or fast immortal production. We'll see. The rally tells us a prism, though, as we do have a rally across the map. Okay, show us what you got. Show us what you got. Yep, there we go. Prism is on the way. We do have a couple of gateway units massing. I'd say shade across the map. No bay yet. It's going to be robo into delayed Twilight Council. Are we going into delayed Archon drop? So Twilight Council into Temple Archives into Archons? That's what I'm leaning towards. This is a build that players like, I want to say, players like Creator, they do sprinkle, I say they sprinkle in. Mana's very fond of these like more Archon-based plays and Archon-based builds. Does it a little bit differently here. We'll see if we throw down the Temple Archives. Twilight Council is done. So, yes and no. Not Temple Archives, Dark Shrine. So it is going to be Archons, but DTs initially. So really peculiar build here. So delay DTs into eventual Archons as well. Gateways on the way. This feels like a 2-base all-in, not going to lie. This does feel like a 2-base all-in. Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. Okay. We'll let him cook. As the 3rd is incredibly late, he's going into charge. It almost feels like herO is freestyling a little bit, not gonna lie. And hey, remember, he can heal up these reps. I don't think he knows though. Don't know if he knows. Does cancel the shade. So just keeping pressure on Solar. Solar does go for a safety Roach Warren, thankfully. Likewise, safety Spore as well. So Solar, he doesn't really know what's going on, but the Spore will help when it comes to detection. At F-State, it commits to the shade, but we do have the Prism. Will lift. Spores are finishing. I believe there's no Spore in the main, but there is soon to be a lair. So there is going to be detection. And yeah, we have more gateways. Yep, 2-base all-in. So straight up 2-base all-in here. It's going to be an 8-gate 2-base all-in at a herO. No shot, he expands. Probe does move out. Lings are in position. And DTs, they do morph in. Alas, there is detection. Despite that, the Queens are being held up. Lings, they hit across the map, and DTs are going for the Spore. They can and they will. The Spore is going to get surrounded. Massive pickoff, can go for the expansion. Lings, they do not break through across the map, and DTs are going for the base. And is there detection? The lair is done. Overseer just now morphing in. It's a late Overseer. It is a late Overseer, and it looks like it's not in time. The base, it's going to go down. Massive pickoff. One more swipe, he gets it. And he saves the DTs. Oh no. Takes down the expansion, Solar down to 2 bases. This will impact his economy and his production. This is a big deal. And this 2-base all-in is going to hit like a truck. It's going to hit like an absolute truck, and Solar's going to have a hard time spending his money. Or even making money. Solar's in a bit of trouble here. He does at least have a decent roach count. As Zelts are amassing. Archon drop coming in. Here he's breaking out. Charge is now revealed. Charge is revealed. Here he rotates. Going for the queen. Do we have a transfuse? Queen does survive. As here he denies more mining time. Solar getting ready for another Ling run by. Alas, back at him here he is secure. And herO does expand. He expands, he's getting to +1. He's somewhat taking up towards a later game. And here he doesn't commit. Not yet, at least. Now, I do think herO has enough to break Solar. I'll be honest, like Solar, he has some roaches. He has roach speed as well. As DT's dropped in, gets 4 more drones. Again, herO, look at the efficiency here. As herO, he hasn't lost a single Dark Templar or Archon. He's lost 2 Adepts. 2 Adepts and 1 Probe. Like, that's crazy. Like, herO, he's traded so well. And here comes the push. Here comes the move out. We have Archons, we have Immortals. I'll be honest, Solar doesn't have enough to deal with this, but the wall is open. Yeah, the wall is wide open. herO, he just warped in. And back at home, he's vulnerable. Probes are going to be going down. Yeah, the wall is open, but herO, he commits. And can Solar hold on? It's going to be close. Vials, they do connect. They connect with the Immortal. Likewise, Mineral Line goes down. Solar, he takes out 21 probes. He secures that herO is all in. He does force you all in. Boys are being pulled into the Archon. Archon is targeted down. And herO, he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. Leaves out the Archon, down to 2 Immortals. Running out of Zelts as well. He needs a warp in. He needs reinforcements, and he doesn't have the economy behind this. Oh my god, the controller. Nice micro. Does control well, but it's not going to be enough, and Solar holds. And if herO had this base mining, he could reinforce, he could warp in Zelts, but he just can't. He doesn't have the money. He's broke. herO, he's broke. He has no economy. Likewise, Solar also had to pull the boys. He also lost 19 drones. Both players with a rough economy. Oh, there's no spore. No shot. There's no spore. No spore in the main. Drop comes in. For a moment, I thought it was an Archon drop, but it's going to be Immortal instead. Now, on the one hand, yes, Solar, his economy is in shambles, but he has 4 hatcheries, so he has Larva, but maybe I spoke too soon. DT looking for damage. No workers. Models, they come back in. Nice pickups. herO, he is resaturating back at home, but it's going to take a long time for him to really get back into this. As here he's getting damage, but not really killing much. I appreciate how disciplined here has been with this DT. He's not attacking the base. He wants his base to get saturated. He wants drones here to kill them. So he doesn't reveal his DT. He doesn't swipe at the base. Does not swipe. Meanwhile, the 3rd base is getting saturated. DT rolls in. There is detection. And here comes Solar. And back at home, herO, he has a couple of force fields, but he only has 2 Immortals. They're racing back home. The Immortals are low as well. Okay, DT does go for the expansion. As he does see the army. Denies the Ravager. But Solar, he has a massive army here. herO getting caught out. We get some decent force fields. But last the prison where it needs to be. Zel's gonna be pinned down. And Solar, we're looking to force that ace match. Again, this is a crazy game out of herO, and it always worked beautifully if it wasn't for the Ling Rumbai. Ling Rumbai was crazy. Ling Rumbai did completely shut him down. And the Lings were the MVPs. This time here, his pants were down. And this time he wasn't ready for it. A rare sight. Let's go. And Solar, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. Shuts down the Zealots. Takes down the Immortal. And GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Solar. He does tie things up. We are going to that final game. We're going to the ace match. Oh my god. Ling Rumbai won the game. Imagine that. Yeah. Did win in the game. Did win in the game. That was the game-winning move for Solar. Again, herO, otherwise he would have been able to reinforce. Remember, herO, he actually couldn't warp in across the map because of those Lings. Because that crippled the economy, he had no minerals, he had no gas, he had no income to actually reinforce his all-in, to reinforce his push. And because of that, herO, he ran out of steam. Otherwise, herO most likely would have killed him, would have won the game then and there. Would have taken the game. And with that, we're now getting into the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see if this goes the way of herO or Solar, as we're going to be featuring the third map in the map pool for the first time tonight. So, throughout the course of the broadcast, we've been featuring Sandworm, we've been featuring Persephone, but now for the first time tonight, we're featuring Killer's Mile. This is a very different map. I would say the rush distance by ground is... It is longer on this map, but the bases are more exposed, specifically the third base. The third base is more exposed on Killer's Mile. There's a reason why ByuN was very fond of this. If you watched the broadcast here on Sunday, you would know that we cast the Sparkling Tunic up, and ByuN was all about Killer's Mile. He was very happy with how aggressive he could be on this map. So we'll see which player does embrace that aggression here. As, again, we've seen both herO and Solar be all about that so far. Interesting map. Hope somebody will heal units here today. Not today. Not today. We go. I'm a herO fan, but I'm glad he lost game 2. Yeah, it's just so we can get a game 3. We can get an ace match, baby. But also game 2 was just really, it was a crazy build. remember, winding back, that was a robo opener into like Prism Harass, into delayed Dark Shrine, into 8 Gateway, into like an 8-gate charge Immortal all-in with a fake third. That third base was a fake, by the way. It never got saturated, that third Nexus. But it was designed to be a fake out. It was crazy. And remember, in the lead up to it, herO, he killed the third. Remember, he killed the hatchery, killed the expansion. Soul was in a very rough position. As I said before, I'll be honest, like, if that Ling Rumbai didn't get in, I think herO wins. I think herO, he breaks through. He breaks through and he overwhelms. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here, it all ends on Killer's Mile. We go. Never saturated the third, I didn't notice. Yeah, that's why I was surprised he got it to begin with, because he was set up for a 2-base all-in, but it was a fake out. And now we're getting into the final game of the series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player, with the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is Solar. So strong early game by herO. I mean, it was just a really chaotic build. It was very chaotic, and Solar was having a hard time keeping up with that. What the hell was going on? It was just a very it did feel like an improvised build, to be honest. I don't know if there was any like planning behind it. I'm sure there was maybe a little bit of planning, like by a couple of seconds, but it's crazy. It's crazy. From here, Solar does go for his hatch gas pool, standard opener, forsake the unnatural natural, and welcome one and all to Killer's Mile. This is made by Killer Smile. So Not confusing at all, but it is his namesake. And this is a bit of a different map here. Now, the rush distance by ground, the main attack path is very direct. It's a very direct attack path from natural to natural. But unlike some of these other maps, there is a defensive feature here. That is the ramp. The ramp is very similar to the ramp on Neoviolet Square. Sorry, Neoviolet Hold? No, Neoviolet Square. The other one. It's similar to Neoviolet Square, or even, I would say, more similar to Abyssal Reef and King's Cove. There we go. King's Cove and Abyssal Reef. We have a very narrow ramp coming into the natural, so this is a defendable location. But despite that, it makes the natural more defendable. What about the third? The third is very wide open. You can attack from the left, you can attack from the right, from a very wide ramp, or a very wide open choke point here as well. It's not even a choke point, to be honest. So you can just avoid that more narrow ramp and rotate over towards the right hand side instead. And we have seen many a player try to defend and struggle to defend this third, let alone the fourth base as well. So unlike in other maps, there's no high ground advantage, there's no choke point advantage. Like the base is a little bit more open here, more so than on other maps. So we'll see how aggressive our players are going to be. I'm assuming both, to be honest. Again, like Solar, he's been all-inning like 4 games in a row now as well. I mean, to be fair, last game he responded to herO with aggression, but not like he backed off and droned. Not at all. That does threaten the shade. Back at home, Stargate opener out of herO. Stargate opener into Oracle. So this time there's no crazy Robo or Twilight Council DT nonsense. No. Not this time. hero's calming down. I think Solo read the situation really well when he got hit by the DTs. Kind of. I think it was more or less more of a Hail Mary play out of Solo to go for the Ling Run by. Like, I don't think he expected the wall to be open. Like, honestly, if there was a unit there, like, herO probably holds. Like, it was a bit of a gamba, if you will, but worked out really well. Did work out well. Adepts, they do shade in. 1, 2, 3 drones going to be going down. Oh, Spore's not ready. More drones going to be falling. Getting up to 5. Not a bad trade here from herO. Gets 5 workers, 4 2 adepts. Will pull away. Likewise, Solo, he does go for his own counterattack. Back at home, the third base is a little bit more exposed, but the Oracle should come out in time to defend. Okay, the Oracle's in position. As herO, he goes for the low ground third. Interesting. Okay. As there are 3 points of elevation. There's the high ground on the left. There's this low ground third, and then there's an even lower ground fourth base. Just taking further steps down. Oh, the elevation. Behind the standard follow-up, going for the Forge, going for the Twilight Council into +1 and Blink. This looks a lot more standard. Much more standard. Here is looking for more damage. So far, the Queens are keeping up, both at the natural and the third. Ooh, and speaking of standard, never mind. I assumed it was going to be +1 in Blink, but no, it's going to be +1 in Charge. It's going to be a much more aggressive build here from herO. Gateway Explosions on the way. He's going for a Charge and +1 timing instead. This is going to hit sooner, and this is going to hit quite hard. As he throws down even more gates, he's getting up to 7. 7 gates set up from herO. Did I say 7? Getting up to 8. 8 gateways in total. He pulls out a gas. This is a sign that he's not planning to go for a longer game. He's not going for a longer game. He's going all in. He pulls out a gas in the main. 0 gas income. No gas at the natural either. So 0 gas, purely minerals, purely a charge all in. If he was thinking of a longer game, he'd be mining gas and taking up into, Archons, into Templar Archives. No. 0 gas income. So it's all or nothing for herO. And again, I do favor all-ins here. For whatever reason, I will say fun fact, Wardy, for this tournament, he removed all the larger maps and he replaced them with the smallest TLMC maps. Like the 3 TLMC maps, he added are more aggressive ones. Persephone, Killer's Mile, and Sandworm. They'll do favor aggression, which I appreciate. Meanwhile, nice thing, Rumbai does shut down those Stalkers. Stalkers are cleaned up, and Zelts are revealed. The other Chargers are revealed back at home. Do we have a Roach Warren? We do not. Ooh, no Roach Warren. You can see there, does cancel the Hydrogen. No, sorry, didn't cancel. Hydrogen to finish. Baneling Nest thrown down instantly. We need Banelings. But again, this is a late Baneling Nest for Solar. He had no idea what was coming until now. Can he hold on? Nice choke point. We spoke about this earlier. Yeah, the choke point does come into play. herO, he went up the ramp, has to rotate back around. He is delayed. The Baneling Nest is halfway done. Solar, he needs a little bit more time. And the Chargers, they collapse in. They're splitting up, going for the Queens, going for the mineral line. Queens, they're holding their own, going for the transfuse. Up! Stasis will not go up. Orchid goes down. And drones, they bait on the stasis, but the Queens are falling. Queens are falling, one after the other. Charge loss, they wreak havoc, and herO, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks the third base, pushing in towards the natural. Unfortunately, Solar, he had no idea what was going on. The base is gonna fall. Boys are being pulled. Solar, can he hold with the Hydras? There are Hydras, nice. Hold position micro. Very nice micro there from Solar. Does hold position. Stasis is gonna be going up. Drones are falling. Hydras are dishing out a lot of damage here in the back line. Once again, nice choke point here with the Spore Crawler. Very nice choke point. Solar, he's barely holding on. Meanwhile, reinforcements are still on the way. Can he depower? Oh my god. No, he's so close. Takes down the Oracle. Can he depower? Barely not. Zelts are warping in, but these are slow warp-ins. It's still a very close hold here. A couple more Hydras go down. Expensive losses for Solar. Ooh, the gateway's finishing. The gateway's about to finish. The warp-ins are about to be that much faster. And we need the Banelings. He needs them. Once again, just a really nice kind of haphazard like choke point that he made with the Spore, with the Gas Geyser. Banelings are about to morph in, and herO, he's not targeting them down. And they do crash forward. They collapse on the Zelts, but despite that, it's not enough. Despite that, herO, he still has too much. He breaks the defensive line, takes down all the Hydras. Impressive that Solar defended for as long as he did, but GG gets called, and herO will take the series 2-1. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. 3 base all in out of herO, 0 gases, pure Zealot, and it was a bit of a rough execution is what I will say. If you remember, we spoke about that choke point at the ramp, at the natural, which is not what you want to push into. herO, he initially did go for the ramp, which did buy some precious time for Solar to build up more Hydras. Likewise, great choke point as well out of Solar on the right hand side, using that Spore Crawler as well. Very nice hold position Michael with his drones. Solar, like, the stars were aligning with what little he had. Like, it was still a really rough defense there, of course, and in the end did not quite work out, but that was maybe like the best case scenario for Solar. Again, remember, he skipped his Roach Warren, and he didn't know Nolan was coming. That's why the Baneling Nest was so late. That's why we only saw Baneling towards the end, and Solar, he held on for as long as he could before eventually breaking. Before eventually he was broken. GG, well played. herO, he will claim the win, and herO is our first finalist. GG. GG, well played. herO, he is going to be our first finalist. And now we are getting ready for our next matchup. Getting ready for our next matchup, and it is going to be a TBT. Oh my god, as we jump into the upper semifinals, and I was expecting Clem. I'll be honest, I was expecting another Clem versus herO finals. We've been getting a lot of Clem versus herO over the past, like, almost 2 months at this point. Oh. Never mind. Never mind, Papi, never mind. As we are going to be getting into this. As we are going to be getting into Cure versus ByuN, but unfortunately, they did start without some of the casters, so they have jumped in, and yeah, with that, we'll be able to get into game 2. Ideally. We'll be able to get into game number 2 here. So a little bit unfortunate. Cure versus ByuN, they did just now begin. They are jumping into the first game, and hopefully we can jump into the remainder of the series as they're facing off in the TVT. I guess going over the bracket itself, I did just allude to it, but Clem, he did actually lose to ByuN in a PVT. Impressive. Sorry, I just assumed he lost secure, but ByuN took down Clem 2-0. Very impressive play there. Clem, his PVT is arguably the best PVT in the world, so for ByuN to bring him down, I'm very impressed. Very impressed. GG, well played. ByuN now up against herO when it goes up against herO in the next round. With that, we're going to be heading off. We're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have the remainder of the semifinals. See you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I do apologize for that extended break, but we have returned with the upper semifinals of the WardiTV Monday, number 26. Unfortunately, we missed out on game one. Game one did start without us, but at least we are here for game number 2. And here we go. We're jumping in mid-series, and this morning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our red Terran player. We have our South Korean Terran representing representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent getting proxy 2-raxed. We have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is CranKy. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Game 1 was on Persephone. Game 1 was a very intense back and forth. ByuN was able to outposition and catch CranKy off guard multiple times with his positional bio play, with his drop play, but now we are getting into game number 2, and we have our Raxes. CranKy going for a proxy Rax across the map. You don't get these scenarios too often. You don't get build order losses too often. This is a case of that. Basically, what's going to happen here, this second Rax for CranKy is later. It is a later second Rax, so ByuN is gonna have 2 Rax Reaper production sooner, and CranKy has 1. He has 1 Rax, he has 1 Reaper. He's gonna have to pull the boys. He's gonna have to pull the boys, but the problem is that his second Rax is across the map. This does delay his factory, so that means that there's no factory to support. That means there's no Hellion to support, and that means that his reinforcing Reaper is going to be coming in from a really awkward angle. I believe this should just be a build order win. I believe ByuN should just be able to claim this. I mean, again, unless ByuN messes up his control, unless he slips up and we see maybe ByuN gets surrounded by SCVs, then things might go in favor of CranKy, but outside of that kind of scenario, ByuN, he should be able to snowball out of control. As right now, he's waiting for that second Reaper. Oh! Reaper moves down. ByuN does catch him, does shoot first. So far, the second Reaper is soon to move in. Likewise, that proxy Reaper from CranKy. But yeah, boys are being pulled. And we'll see if CranKy can buy enough time here. As the Reapers, they do get past. Yeah, they get past. They're going for the Reaper. No, he's going for it. He's going to get it as well. He will get the Reaper. And as long as it gets surrounded, he should overwhelm. Meanwhile, CranKy, he is going to be racing back home, but his reinforcements are delayed. And he's getting caught out as well. And that's it. That's both Reapers falling. He's down 2 Reapers. He has 1 Reaper left against a Marine and three Reapers. Oh, gets surrounded. Oh, we'll lose 1. 1 Reaper does fall at least. But again, the production, it's just the reinforcements just so awkward here. Reinforcements are so awkward. Getting more SCV kills. Marine goes down. Nice pick up there to CranKy. Gets a Marine. Does get a Marine. More Reapers building up. Hellion's on the way now. If CranKy can buy enough time for the Hellion, then he can stabilize. Likewise, that 1 Reaper gets across the map. ByuN is racing home. Okay, he's racing back home. The game will continue, and CranKy, he will stabilize with a Hellion. Now, he did lose a lot of mine time. True. I mean, you can still see even here, so many SCVs off the mineral line. I do give the edge to ByuN, but we'll see if CranKy can get out of this, as he will lose another Reaper. Now, again, with this defensive Hellion, CranKy shouldn't die. He shouldn't die. He should be able to hold on to the main at least. But from here, yeah, ByuN can expand. ByuN can expand, and CranKy cannot. CranKy, he's stuck in his main base, so he is behind. Now, from here, he can try to turn this into a 1-base all-in, and he might be able to catch ByuN off guard, especially if ByuN is too greedy. That's going to be the big scenario here. Meanwhile, another Reaper slips in, gets 2 more SCVs. Not bad. Gets 2 more workers. Almost another. Last the Reaper is going to be hunted down by the Hellion. And back at home, what do we have to work with? We're going for a 1-1-1. Okay, it's all or nothing for CranKy. He does push. He's got a Cyclone, throwing down his CC on the low ground. It's a much later command center. CC's almost done here for ByuN. But ByuN, he turns around. He's going to stay back home. This is a pretty beefy army. CranKy, he has potential with this. True. Does have potential. We're okay. I wouldn't say that yet. I would still say that ByuN is ahead. Like, ByuN is still looking quite comfortable at this point. As ByuN is the first to expand, first to saturate his base. Army gets spotted back at home, and ByuN's going for a drop. So we'll see if Cure can recover here. Cure rushing into Stim. Okay, earlier Stim for Cure. Takes down the racks. ByuN instead prioritizing tank production, not Stim. So with this early Stim timing, Cure he's going for an earlier push, which makes sense. Like, considering that Cure is behind, so he's going to go for an earlier push, an earlier move out, earlier timing. And then he can potentially catch ByuN off guard. Ooh, as the Bio Army's it's on its own. There go Cyclones, they respond. They hunt down the Hellion. Third CC on the way for ByuN. This is greedy. Okay, so ByuN, he's rushing into a third CC. Cure, we have potential here. He's going for a 2-1-1. He's going for a double medevac Stim drop. There is a window in time here that Cure can abuse. Likewise, if he can hunt down that medevac, he's going for a 3rd CC. Never mind, he's going for a 3rd CC. He is not going to commit here into like another 2 Raxes. He's not going to commit into a 2 base all in. He is expanding. We're building up into the mid game. We're getting into the mid game from here. Now, my biggest concern with this is that this means that this early Stim doesn't really mean anything. This means that Cure, he'll be falling behind when it comes to his tank count, and when it comes to, oh god. No. Before I get to that, that's going to be 5 SCV kills, getting 5, getting up to 6. This is a great trade for ByuN. Bearing in mind, Reapers, they do not scale into the mid game. He gets 10 SCV, oh my god, 10 SCV kills. He gets 10 SCVs, and Cure is going for his double drop. This is the Stim timing that we spoke about. He was not at home to defend. 11 workers go down. He has to get damage with this. ByuN, meanwhile, he's somewhat in position. Yeah, spots the drop. Remember, Stim is done. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are going to go down. Question is how many? Quite a lot, actually. 8, 9, 10, 11 SCV kills. Nicely done. Now, this should be a one-way trip. That's the difference here. And this Bio Army is a little bit more valuable here to Cure, as he will lose everything, but at the cost of 15, 16 SCVs. So Cure, he does kill more SCVs. Now, what's important here is that he needed to kill more SCVs because ByuN, he's only down by 3. Only down by 3 workers. His own orbital is already complete as well. So Cure, he had to do more, and he was able to do so. Was able to do so in the end. Likewise, we can see Cure just rallying. Let's go. Just rallying across the map. I'm gonna get the pressures on Cure. Army gets spotted. ByuN, he pulls away. And ByuN, where's that bio support? He needs those Marines. Tanks, they spread out. We have a couple of Ravens here with their disables, with auto turrets. Cure looking for a way in. Now, what's important about what's happening is that Cure, he has no intention of breaking the natural. Just bear that in mind. He doesn't want to push into the natural. His goal here, deny the 3rd, is to contain ByuN on 2 bases while he gets his own. So his own 3rd base is getting up and running. ByuN, despite having a faster 3rd, it's stuck in the main. That's the goal here. That's the only goal for Cure. Deny the expansion and contain. So far, so good. Oh, good. As I say that, I have to eat my words. Cure dropping into the main. Risky maneuver, but there is an opening. There is an opening, and takes down the Cyclone. Boys are being pulled. SCV's going to be going down. Oh, mass disable, though. It's going to be a one-way trip. He will lose these tanks. I say that, not enough Marines. Not enough Marines left over. The tank will fall. Not the worst trade for Cure. Not the worst trade, but he does lose 2 tanks. But once again, he's containing. That's all that matters. He's containing. Cure, he's now getting ahead economically. Up 10 SCVs, and he still rallies. He still rallies across the map. He's still containing ByuN. That is Cure's win condition. ByuN, meanwhile, he does finish up Stim, but his own Bio Army is still lacking, very much so. Cure pulls away. I like this pullback. Like Cure, he doesn't need to keep going. He doesn't need to keep going, doesn't need to keep dropping. Just slow things down, get his 3rd base. Likewise, ByuN, he scans, he sees saturation. He does at least confirm it's only half saturation on the mineral line. And ByuN should be claiming his own 3rd base. And now we have a game. Before I get ahead of myself, drop does come in. 5 Marines into the main mineral line, gets another 7 SCV kills. Oof. Nice target firing out of Cure. Sorry, out of ByuN, I should say. Gets 10 SCVs. A very nice drop. And now we have a back and forth. Earlier, I was saying that ByuN was, well, he did have a lead, he was ahead. Cure, he did a great job bouncing back, and now he's rallying across the map, this time with a greater army. Cure, he's up in Marines, he's up in tanks. Oh, sorry, it should be even. Yeah, he's even in tanks. But it has 30 Marines. ByuN army in favor of Cure. He rotates over. He's getting onto the same point of elevation here as the third. He avoids the ramp. And now Cure. Can he break this? ByuN has no vision. Ooh, Cure going for a Doom Drop. Bold move. He's going for the Doom Drop. There is one Viking in position and a turret. Two turrets, actually. And this might be able to focus on one medevac. There we go. Does boost in. ByuN does notice. He has to respond. He sends into the main. Disables will catch out 3 of those medevacs, but the tanks unload. Oh, the tanks do unload. You're late disable there by ByuN. ByuN, he has to stem in. It's going to be brutal. Does get on top of the tanks. Not the cleanest trade, but the tanks will fall. Likewise gets on top of the Marines, and ByuN holds. ByuN, he will hold. He will completely clean this up. Now, what's important about what just happened? ByuN, what did he lose? 4 SCVs and Marines. He didn't lose a single tank. That's the risk you take when you go for a Doom Drop. So Cure, he lost everything. He lost his medevacs, lost his tanks. And with that, ByuN now maintains a tank lead. Looking at the units tab here, ByuN has 5 tanks to the 2 of Cure. Cure going for another drop. This is where I feel like Cure is being a little bit... I mean, I was going to say a little bit wasteful. I would have said that about the previous drop. Here, I mean, there's pressure on Cure. He knows that he lost a lot. He knows that he has to get some damage done. Unfortunately, ByuN, he replaced those turrets. Turrets have been replaced. Cure dropping in. Does unload. Whew, does boost by. And then we get a couple of SCV kills. He does get 3 SCVs. He can maybe get a tank. Oh, not quite. Yeah, doesn't get the tanks. We'll lose his medevacs. Once again, I would say that this is another more wasteful drop here by Cure. He lost a Doom Drop earlier, lost another double drop. And again, he's trading out medevacs for Marines and for some SCVs. So these are more gas-efficient trades for ByuN. That's why ByuN, he does maintain that tank advantage. Again, 7 tanks to 3 and a head-on fight. ByuN is ahead. ByuN, he will take that fight. And Cure has to rely on drop play. Speaking of, more drops. Again, this makes sense. Like Cure, he has to rely on these drops. He has to try to catch ByuN off guard. Getting his 4th base. Likewise, ByuN also active with his own drop play as well. There is 1 turret in the main and a couple of Marines. Not bad. They have stim. Cure is keeping up. And for the first time here, this game, ByuN is pushing. ByuN, he breaks out with his main army, and again, he has a massive tank advantage. Checking the Raven count, there's 1 Raven for ByuN, 0 Ravens for Cure. The armies are about to clash. And who sieges first? And the answer is ByuN. ByuN, he does siege. Tank blow is going to be going. He shuts down the army completely. And Cure, he plummets in supply. He will lose everything. The tanks, the Marines. Again, he ran into siege tanks. And ByuN is pulling Cure apart. He's pulling him apart, going for the CC. Takes down 12 SCVs, pushing forward, going for the planetary. And Cure, again, he had recovered in this game up until the Doom Drop. Like, the Doom Drop was the moment when everything just went south for Cure. As he had lost that advantage with that Doom Drop. And now the 4th will fall. ByuN stepping forward from here. And in a mirror matchup, it's just so difficult to recover from this much of a deficit. So difficult. As ByuN even rallies Liberators across the map. I think the base trade is probably the best course of action here for Cure. So he does just move across the map instead. Meanwhile, ByuN dropping into the natural, nothing in position. Back at home, ByuN, he does have his reinforcements. He has not been rallying. And Cure, he knows he just has to move out. Like, he cannot defend back at home. He cannot deal with this army. He scans, he sees that there's defenses back at home. The hope for Cure was that maybe ByuN had rallied and he didn't have anything at home. But that's not the case. Cure going for the fourth. Missile goes off. Massive connection. Does get the planetary, but will lose everything. GG gets called. That was the last army here of Cure, and ByuN will claim the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played, ByuN. He will claim the series, will advance on to the grand finals. Shout out to Cure. Cure, again, it was very impressive that he was able to somewhat recover in that game. But then he went for the Doom drop, and then he kept going for drop play, and he lost everything. He lost everything in that drop play. We saw the clash in the center, and alas, Cure, he did push into siege tanks. He lost everything there as well. Just some really rough moments there for Cure, and ByuN overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. ByuN did overwhelm, and with that, we are making our way into the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and herO. Let's go. It is going to be that PvT. I do need a moment to set up. Do need a moment, as vetoes are going to be underway. And coming into this, ByuN's been looking impressive. Now, we unfortunately didn't get to see ByuN versus Clem. That was a TVP, of course. That was a Terran versus Protoss. Between herO and ByuN. Sorry, between ByuN and Clem. And you could make a strong argument that Clem has the best PvT in the world. Even stronger than herO and stronger than MaxPax. So for ByuN to bring down Clem, I mean, that says something. Now, that may also be indicative of Clem's style. Clem, he's very mid-game oriented in PvT. He doesn't really mix things up too much when it comes to his initial tech as well. He's very often going either 2, 3, or 4 Gateling Stalker. He doesn't really play Stargate or doesn't really go into robo-based openers either. herO is more diverse when it comes to his builds, so that is going to be a factor coming into this, and that is typically what herO relies upon. He relies upon his diverse play, his plethora of openers, plethora of builds, and that's what where he can really pull a Terran opponent apart. So it is still going to be a challenge for ByuN, but I'm excited for it. I'm excited. I do favor herO coming into this finals, but hey, if ByuN can take down Clem, I want to believe he can take down herO as well, and I'm excited to see what ByuN's TVP is looking like at the moment. I'm excited. I'm excited for that. Let's go. As our players are just getting ready. Again, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have Game 1. See you guys after the break with the grand finals. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, this grand finales of the WardiTV Monday number 26. It's been a great event, a bit of a shorter event, I'll be honest. Some shorter games, some faster matches, some faster series. I'm sure a big part of that is the new map pool. We've gotten rid of Neo Valley Square, we've gotten rid of Abyssal Reef and King's Cove finally. And we've been featuring some new TLMC maps instead. Now we're jumping into our best of 5 this morning. In the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Green Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player representing Shopify. This is not Clem, this is ByuN. It's been a while since we haven't seen Clem in the finals, I'll be honest. I was saying earlier how we don't often really see Clem versus MaxPax, but we see Clem versus other players, whether it's MaxPax, whether it's herO, whether it's Solar, whether it's ByuN. But this time there is no Clem. Clem was knocked out early on in the bracket by ByuN himself in a Terran versus Protoss, and we'll see if ByuN can pull it off again. For now, eBay block. Does eBay block across the map? Will do the expansion? Boys are being pulled as herO does not want to take the unnatural natural. So nice start by ByuN. He will disrupt the economy. He will delay, not just delay the Nexus, he will also deny mining from 5 probes. So nice start here for ByuN. Now, again, this typically would force a reaction like taking the unnatural natural, but here he does want to expand at his own natural base, doesn't want to have any shenanigans going on early on. He will force a cancel and will expand. He will take his expansion. Back at home, ByuN is going for his own Rax. I would say Rax expands. Yep, going for the CC. CC on the high ground. Safe setup here by ByuN, making sure he doesn't get delayed on the low ground. So already is Deter always trying to dictate the pace of the game. Or just trying to force herO to react to him instead. Also, before I forget, if you're in the chat, it's time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Oh, as looks like the previous predictions weren't paid out. My apologies. I'll get on that. Un momento. Just go the way of ByuN. There we go. There we go. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Who you think is going to be our champion this week? Will it be our Terran or our Protoss? Will it be herO or ByuN? Best of luck as herO does open up Stargate. Let's go. And this is what I mentioned before, how herO, he's more willing to diversify his openers and to mix things up. We do see some players are more fond of Twilight Council play and they only open Twilight Council. herO, he does like to diversify, going to Twilight Council into Blink, or sometimes Stargate into Oracle, or even Stargate into Phoenix. So bold move by herO. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have our 1-1-1 setup here out of ByuN. It is barely out of vision, out of range of the Adept. Going for the factory into Starport. Cyclone drop, it looks like. Cyclone into Medevac into drop play. So ByuN is being aggressive here. Yep, there's that Medevac on the way. So ByuN does expand. And herO back at home opens up Oracle, not Phoenix. Oracle opener instead. The goal here is to get economic damage. To try to keep ByuN on the back foot. Cyclone is revealed. Just reveal the Cyclone, takes down the first Adept, nicely done. And ByuN, he will punish. ByuN, he didn't quite scout the opener, didn't quite scout the tech, but the Cyclone's not the correct choice. As they will shut this down. Oracle tries to dip in, but the lock-on is brutal. And the Oracle will take a lot of hits. It's going to be hunted down. Oh no! Ooh, the Oracle does fall. Massive pickoff. Very nice catch, and now herO's in trouble. herO's in a lot of trouble. ByuN, he pushes. He's sending everything across the map. The Marines, both Cyclones as well. The rally is real, and herO's in trouble. This is where Stargate openers can be really risky because, as you can see, the Phoenix, what's it going to do? The Phoenix does nothing. The Phoenix does not help in the defense. It does buy some time, but the Phoenix will eventually go down. It barely escapes. Back at home, we have vanilla Adepts, we have vanilla Stalkers, no charge, no blink, no nothing. herO's in trouble. He's in trouble here. ByuN, he looks to commit. Shield Battery does help, does buy time. As the blink has just begun. And upon seeing the setup, ByuN doesn't try to break him. Doesn't go for it. Here he cancels the shield battery. He realizes that here he backs off. Or that ByuN backs off. And here holds. Ooh, here he does hold on. Ay, ay, ay. Taking the third. I will bleed out another adept. Again, here he cannot fight this out in the open like this. He has to be careful. Blink is halfway done. ByuN retreats. And herO survives. Now, herO's third base is late. True, it is a late third base for herO, but regardless, is on the way. Likewise, he survives the aggression. Gonna be hunted down by the adept. And we do see ByuN getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. Into stim, into tank production. Oh, my apologies. Going for the add-on swap, no tanks. Just into a heavy Marauder composition instead, which is quite common for ByuN. I mean, for a lot of Terrans, actually. Just get into heavy Marauder. herO does attempt to poke in. Does lead to the main. Oh! Doesn't quite deny stim. That was close, and the army is waiting for him. Set fire decent trades, forced to recall. He will lose one Stalker. Just the one. One Stalker goes down. Cyclones are across the map. Stalkers, they make it back just in time to defend. He does dive in. Despite that, 11 probes go down. Oh my god! 14! Jesus, 14-16. That one lib going ham in the main. Late reaction there by herO. herO, he was distracted. 15 probe kills. That one liberate, he's got 15 probe kills to his name. Ay, ay, ay. That may have just taken it here. herO, his economy is in shambles. That should never have happened. herO, he's all in. At this point, herO, he's all in. He has to try to break him. But ByuN has plenty back at home. He has Marines, he has Marauders, making 2 Marauders at a time, getting into combat shields. There was just too much freedom. Too much Liberator does go down. But that was insane. Again, that was 20 kills in total. And suddenly herO, he needs to do more here. Dancing with the army, picking up some Marines. I mean, not bad. Nice trades. Meanwhile, ByuN does sneak out across the map. While herO's being hyper-aggressive, ByuN likewise dropping into the main. He does drop in, catches out the Stalkers. Bust into the mineral line, more probes going to be going down. This is critical damage. I mean, it was already critical. He's getting more. Getting even more kills here. Depowers the gateways, takes down the shield battery. ByuN pushes out towards the third. Poison being pulled, losing even more workers. Workers that here just can't afford to lose. And it will lose everything here. Yeah, the Stalkers, they're going down. He has been broken. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. ByuN just punishing the opener of herO. The initial Stargate opener, it hurt herO more than anything. Remember, he lost the Oracle initially. The Phoenixes did nothing, and that just meant that herO's tech was delayed. It was delayed tech for herO. Delayed blink, delayed charge, delayed upgrades. Everything was later because of the early Stargate opener. And ByuN did snowball out of control. Likewise, of course, the MVP was the Liberator. The Liberator, it had killed 15 workers on its own. 20 including what the Cyclones had accomplished. And that was game-ending damage. And with that, GG well played. ByuN does take a lead, and now we are jumping to game number 2. Jumping into game 2. And game 2 is going to be on, Killer's Mile. Okay, now, this has been quite a popular map when it comes to Terran players. We've seen a lot of Terran players embrace Killer's Mile. And I'm curious to see how herO will approach this map. Because it feels like Terran aggression is favored here more than anything. ByuN has a lot of experience on this map. For those that weren't here over the weekend, we did cast ByuN. We casted ByuN up against Cristiano and Trigger. ByuN, he was competing in our Open Cup, in Sparkling Tuna Cup, and ByuN, he was non-stop. He was very, very fond of Killer's Mile. He was picking it non-stop throughout that event, throughout that tournament, throughout the weekend, and now he's here once again. We'll get into the map. We'll get into it. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, down in the series, but favored to win it all. Can he bounce back? It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Clem Crusher himself. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. Took down Clem already tonight. And who is this herO to him? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. He's the lead in the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And welcome one and all to Killer's Mile, as there are dead bodies all over the place. So it's a massacre. A Killer's Mile, if you will. But the rush distance by ground is very short. Short rush distance by ground, exposed third expansion as well. ByuN is coming in for what looks to be a proxy. Okay. Setting up a proxy towards the left-hand side, going for the racks. He has one gas back at home. And I'm curious here if we're only going with the racks back at home. This could be the setup for a proxy Marauder, or we could just go proxy Reaper with a bunker on the low ground as well. We'll see how ByuN does commit. As again, we have seen a lot of Protoss players struggle to defend on Killer's Mile. We even saw Solar struggle to defend against herO on this map as well, as aggression is favored coming into Killer's Mile. Aggression is favored, which, I mean, now it makes sense why there's bodies all over the place. True. Makes sense. Very aggressive map. Marine first, show us the tech lab. Show us the tech lab, show us the Marauder production. Yep, there it is. So, proxy Marauder out of ByuN. Now, the goal here is to try to catch out the initial unit. This should be with Concussive Shell alongside this, so Concussive Shell into Marauder production. If herO doesn't play this out safely, if he doesn't get a safety shield battery, if he does move out with his initial units, then things can end very abruptly here. Getting flashbacks from 2024, I Am Katowice, Golden Aura between herO and Cure. If you know, you know. If you it's a dark time. To be fair, that was proxy 2 racks. That was not just the singular rack. So Cure was more committed with that proxy. Marines move out. Hallucination Scout will confirm that we're missing tech. Hallucination comes in, confirms no CC on the low ground, no factory in the main. It has to be proxy racks. So herO, he knows. He knows what's going on. Instantly shield battery on the high ground. Instant shield battery here for herO. He's setting up. He knows what's going on. Very important scout for herO, and ByuN, after getting scouted, he expands. Throws in a CC. herO taking this 2 shield batteries. Oh my god, does take this very seriously. And you could argue an overreaction. Setting up on the high ground. Army pushes forward, going for the Nexus. No low ground shield battery. Oh, Sentry's gonna get targeted down. Boys are being pulled. Sentry falls. Massive pickup. Bunker, is it gonna finish? It shouldn't. No, down to 1 Stalker. 1 Stalker remains. And the bunker, it's gonna complete. No shot, Stalker goes down. Bunker finishes. The boys, they're gonna be falling as well. And this is getting a bit out of hand. And remember, ByuN, he is transitioning behind this. The fact the Rax is still across the map. Throwing down another back at home. But with the help of this bunker, this does cause an issue, cause another problem here. But here he will eventually deal with this. I mean, he's got 3 shield batteries, but this again is a big commitment into shield battery play. Likewise, Robo into a mortar production as well. Very safe follow-up, which means here he has less pushing power. And Marines have arrived, another Marauder as well. The base is getting low. The Immortal is going to help. It is a bunker buster, of course. See, the Immortal will break through this. At least they should. Guardian Shield gets activated. Shield Battery does support the Immortal. Bunker goes down. And ByuN pulls away. Oh, misplaced Force Field. Unfortunate Force Field. He does catch one Marauder, thankfully. Does get one. Not quite the Marines. With that, ByuN, he does pull away. And again, ByuN is looking quite comfortable here on 2 bases, building up towards his 3-rack setup. Now, thankfully here, he was mining the entire time from his natural. Thankfully, he saved the expansion. Did save it. Nice control so far, but 1 sentry does fall. a sentry. More Marines filing in. He wants another sentry, doesn't quite get it. Here, still reinforcing. Behind this, working towards Colossus production. A missed rally here out of ByuN. Rallies into the army. And here he's searching for that proxy. He's searching and he will find it. Ooh, Jesus. Here, it does take a lot of hull damage on that Immortal. Very close. Very clutch. And ByuN getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. Ooh, the Rax is still up and running. Here, he does reinforce. Now here, he shouldn't commit in. Scan reveals that gases have been taken. And ByuN should be able to hold on. Here, just poking forward. Actually dropping into the main. Looking for any stray units. Here, going Disruptor first. That's a bold move. Going for the Disruptor. And if they commit. Nice trades out of here. Takes out the Marines, and he's pulling ByuN apart. Rough losses here. SCVs are falling. Mortals, they find more damage in the main. ByuN. Oh. Doesn't quite get them. Get them. Here he backs off. He's on full 2-base saturation, building up Colossus, now getting a third, and the game will continue. It's been an intense game. It's been very intense. But we can take a breath. We can take a moment. ByuN and herO, they've stabilized on 2 bases. herO is the first to expand, and he should be, as a Protoss, he should be the first to take that third. ByuN, he can maintain himself on 2 bases, waiting for his upgrades. Never goes up. Boom, massive connection. No reaction from ByuN. Takes down 5 SCVs and 2 mules. Very high value pick off there. Very high value Nova. And here he wants more. He wants more damage, wants more value. Keeps up with the main army. He's going for the mineral line once again. This time the boys have pulled away. Ooh. Likewise, drop into the natural, but there's a Colossus back at home. He's going for Blink. Does get it. Nice pickoff, limited anti-air. Medivacs, they do get away. Again, only 1 Stalker and 2 sentries. So ByuN, he denies Blink. With that, herO is going to be stuck at home. As herO, he finally finds the proxy. Or he's finally going to deal with it, I should say. Drawing back in. Oh! Points it over. Nice control. ByuN rallies out. Dealing more damage. Going for the Forge, actually. He's going to get it as well. Massive pick off. ByuN just pulling herO apart. Takes down Blink. Takes down +1. Denies the Forge. Stims on foot. He wants that Disruptor. Does want it. Doesn't quite get it, though. Shield battery coming in clutch. Saves the Disruptor. ByuN just keeps dropping in. Going for the mineral line. Likewise, dropping into the main. Colossus is in position. But without Blink, the Medivacs are not being punished. They can't be. Like, there's no Blink, there's no Phoenixes, there's limited anti-air. Limited maneuverability here from herO. And ByuN is taking advantage of that. Still rallying across the map. Dropping back in as 6 probe kills. Did I say 6? Getting up to 8. Oh my god, and a sentry. Because here he's trying to alleviate that pressure, going for his own counter drop. He wants ByuN to back the hell off. Say, leave me alone. Tells rally out. And he's going for the mineral line. Oh, ByuN, not very nice splits. ByuN, he avoids the Nova. Hey, ByuN, calm down. Oh my god. All that time in the mountains, it's paying off. Jesus. ByuN. A mountain man. And he's going for the kill. He's rallying across the map. We'll see if herO can keep up. The Colossus almost gets sniped. Oh my god. Colossus is getting low. ByuN moving out. When it comes to the supplies here, the supply does lie, is mainly in worker count. Oh, he stims in. Does force to make up. No, it doesn't connect. Tanks take siege up here. He cannot push into this, not into 4 tanks. But they are siege quite far back. Yeah, barely not getting into the mineral line. ByuN moving forward. Now, again, because the natural is so large, because there's so much space here, I don't think the tanks can reach the mineral. Oh, they barely can. They barely can. Whew. You know, here comes the surround. Colossus coming in. There's 3 Colossus. Tanks to get pounced upon. Blink is finally done. And herO, he will clean this up. He takes down the tanks. Denies the drop. Likewise, ByuN dropped back into the main, but herO, he holds. Here he holds on. He's got his 3 Colossus. He's got his 4th base as well. Blink finally finished. And ByuN overextended. And no 3rd base. No 3rd expansion here for ByuN. It's just now halfway done. He was all in. He was all in with that push, and that push failed. And now suddenly herO, he snowballs out of control. Suddenly herO has a massive army in comparison to what ByuN has. ByuN, what does he have? He has 1 tank. He has 2 Vikings. ByuN, he got too excited. He got too, like, the drop play was good. Didn't have to go for that push. And upon that push failing, I mean, that's it. That's gonna be it here. herO's moving in. There's a decent defensive position. Here he rotates. Does rotate over. Gets eyes on the 3rd CC. Drop is dealing some damage, but alas, ByuN is contained. And herO, he can break this. Can break through. Isn't quite going for it. Takes down the bunker. And GG gets called. Yes, the writing was on the wall. ByuN could not engage with the main army, and herO ties up the series at 1-1. Whew, GG. herO does tie up the series, and we have a back and forth. Let's go. We do have a back and forth. That was a very intense game, though. Very intense, very back and forth. We had some key snipes out of ByuN. We had some incredible Novas initially by herO as well with that disruptor drop. Very back and forth. In the end, we saw that ByuN, he did commit. He was still in 2 bases. He moved out with his entire army. And you could definitely argue he overextended. He overextended there. He did not have to try to, I mean, I say he didn't have to. He was 2 base all in, so in a way, I guess he had to try to end the game. He could have made the choice to have expanded earlier, to expand it sooner, but again, it was all or nothing. In the end, he was surrounded, and with that, GG. herO ties it up. We're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. Game 3 is going to be on the Sandworm. Once again, another TLMC map. We've been featuring these maps quite every series, actually. There hasn't been a single series where we haven't featured a Team Liquid map contest map. I appreciate it. For those who don't know, there's only 3 of them in this map pool. Like, it's a majority ladder maps in this tournament map pool, and players are avoiding them. They're avoiding they're avoiding the ladder maps. They're vetoing them, I should say. And we find ourselves on the TLMC maps instead. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, tying up the series 1-1, making a series out of this. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. We go. Ladder maps suck. I mean, personally, I'm not too fond of most of them. I mean, I should re-emphasize. I love watching them. I love casting on most of the maps. They will have their own quirks. They'll have their own kind of advantages, disadvantages, what they feature, what they favor as well. But at the same time, I understand why our players don't want to play on them. Again, a lot of the current ladder maps they do favor more turtle play, more longer games instead, more later gameplay, and more macro. The new TLMC maps that have been added to this tournament map pool are more aggressive. I did mention it earlier, I should re-emphasize. The 3 maps that were added are Killer's Mile, Sandworm, and Persephone. And all 3 maps are rush maps. They all favor aggression, all 3 of them. And I don't want to paint the wrong picture here. I don't want to be like, oh, all the TLMC maps are aggressive and rush maps. That's not true, actually. There are some more standard and macro maps in the Team Liquid map contest, but they're just not in this tournament. Again, only 3 maps are chosen, and all 3 maps are more aggressive maps. So I appreciate it. That's why we've seen a lot shorter games. We've seen shorter games here tonight. That's why the broadcast is a little bit shorter as well. We've seen a lot of all-ins, actually. We've seen a lot of... Actually, now that I think about it, have we seen late game at all tonight? I guess we kind of did between Rogue and SKillous. But if you remember, that was on Amygdala, which favors late game. So we had one late game on Amygdala, of course, and that's a ladder map. But on all these other maps, we've seen a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. All the players have been in each other's faces, and I appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Let's go. I don't know if that was intentional by Wardy. I don't know if he intentionally chose like the more aggressive maps from TLMC, or if he just kind of like rolled the dice and was like, oh no, yeah, these maps look okay, I guess. Uncertain as to like the rationale between picking those maps or these maps. Maybe he was like, I'm tired of my tournament lasting like 5 hours, okay? I want like a nice like 3.5, 4 hour cast instead. So, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Speaking of, welcome to Sandworm. Sandworm, as I was kind of mentioning, is a smaller map. Short rushes by ground, is a more aggressive map as well. We do feature our Dragon's Teeth in the center, which can impact some of the movement of our armies, of our units, as large units do not or cannot move through these little cones, through these teeth. Smaller units can. So you can see some more interesting movement as a result through the center of the map. Likewise, you have the gold base. Now this gold base is actually quite accessible. It's a very close gold base. It is exposed, it's on the low ground, but I'll be honest, it seems pretty defendable. With the rocks, with the Dragon's Teeth as well, with some of the side blockers, honestly, it feels relatively, I almost want to say easy to take this gold base and to maintain the gold base. We've seen a lot of players taking and, of course, holding on to that gold base quite often so far tonight. And we'll see if our players embrace that gold as well here in the finals. Yes, the rocks do delay it, but we have seen players take it as a third and as a fourth. Have successfully taken it. Until then, we do have ByuN get into his own 3-1-1 setup here. Tank Raven production, pretty standard play, going initially for his Marine drop, but so far here he does hold on. Back at home, for the first time here, we have a standard opener out of herO going into Blink. How many gateways? We have 3 gates in the main, and we have 1 gate at the natural. It is 4-gate Blink, and I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've seen herO 4-gate Blink. It's typically not really seen on larger maps, which means it's not seen on the ladder maps, but here, in the smaller maps, we embrace, and he's rushing into the gold as well. And we just spoke about it. This gold does feel pretty easy to take. Like, sure, it's delayed because of the rocks, and it's on the low ground, but it still feels very defendable. Very defendable gold base. So here he's rushing into the gold, and he's embracing the 4-gate Blink. Let's go. As he does move out, ByuN back at home. He has a bunker on the low ground, tank on the high ground, the bio army in between the bases. We'll see if he can hold. As herO, he needs to find some damage here. What? Critical connection. Shot goes off. And that prism is insanely low, and just like that, ByuN defense. herO, he cannot move in. Not with this low HP War Prism. Widowmine was insane. herO has to back off. And suddenly, I would say that ByuN is in a better position. At least he would be if it wasn't for the gold base. The gold base is a good way for herO to recover. And to transition out of this. Again, the downside of going for 4-gate Blink is that this does delay your tech, it delays charge, it delays +1, it delays your third. But the gold base makes up for that. As herO is being active, warping in more stalkers. Here he rotates over, looking for another way in, but so far the tank, I mean, it can cover almost everything here. Again, this natural is actually quite small. It's a small natural. Tank does cover everything. There's more room in the main, but the Bio army is keeping up, and that Prism is still so very low. Stim isn't ready. 5 seconds away. Still 5 seconds out. Tank shot's going off. The mine! Oh! Oh my god. Doesn't quite go off. Jesus. Be careful. And ByuN defends. And ByuN doesn't really lose anything. ByuN, he's in a good position. He defends well. He breaks out. And here needs a little bit more time for this base to really kick in. Now, ByuN, his Hellion did scout. He's aware of the gold, and there's a lot of pressure on ByuN to knock that gold, to knock it down. Bring it down here. Stalkers, they try to blink away again. It's an awkward blink here through those Dragon's Teeth. Rocks are being knocked out. The boys are being pulled. We're just going for the all-in. Yeah, we commit. 2-base all-in out of ByuN. The boys are here. We mentioned earlier, hey, this map does favor aggression. And you don't get more aggressive than this. As it's all or nothing for ByuN. His goal here is to break herO. Zealots, they come in from behind. The tanks are on siege. Uh-oh. Tanks are on siege. Missile goes up, covers most of the zealots. But the tanks are falling one after the other. There's one tank left. And herO holds. Yeah, here he's shutting this down. 23 SCV kills. There's one tank remaining. Marines, they're falling one after the other. ByuN, he has no pushing power here. He's trying. Oil mines are cleaned up. And here he shuts down the army. He blinks on forward, takes down the tank. Only Marines remaining. Marines and a couple of Marauders. ByuN, he will lose everything here. Ooh, even a full medevac. And again, the goal base more than paid for itself. GG gets called, and herO, he will take a lead in the series. Will take down ByuN. Take a lead, 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, I don't think ByuN was really expecting maybe the base to have that much progression on it already. herO, he was pretty fast to take the goal base and take that expansion, and herO, he reaped the rewards. Like, he was able to get into charge in time, able to amass those zealots, and alas, the 2-base all-in did fall in its face from the side of ByuN. Again, that goal base does feel really defendable. Like, it feels pretty safe to take, I'll be honest. GG. As ByuN had to work through those rocks to actually get onto the gold, and every second counts. And herO bought enough time, or he was given enough time even to go for more warp-ins, to get in more zealots. And with that, we're now jumping into potentially the final game of the series. Now, personally, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 5. But up next, we are loading into one of our ladder maps. We're going to be loading into El Dorado. Now, fun fact, actually, not a single TLMC map was vetoed. So, game 4 is El Dorado. If we get to the ace match, that's going to be on Persephone. Let's see if we can get there. Personally, I hope so. Hope we can get there. Give us all the new maps. As spawning in the top or in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 2-1, one game away from becoming this week's champion. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran. We have the blue Terran player from South Korea, representing Shopify. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is ByuN. We go. Go. So players are setting up. We have ByuN. Oh my god, going CC first. My apologies, I was enjoying the map itself one of the last times, El Dorado, but ByuN goes CC first. Very greedy build here from our Terran player, and herO going for a gate. Cyber expands, so standard opener out of herO. Greedy build by ByuN. Let's go. Does go for a greedy start. Again, rushes by ground is very direct here on El Dorado. The ByuN does take a risk, it does take a chance. Now behind this is going to be CC first into not just one, but we may even embrace additional Raxes behind this. We'll see exactly how greedy ByuN is going to be. Is he crazy enough to throw down extra Raxes and to go for a third CC as well? I mean, hey, that has been ByuN's go-to on some of these maps. herO gaining access to the Zelnaga. Does take over, and ByuN, he's going for the CC first, Rax into Factory. Okay, it's going to be a Factory follow-up. Does take both gases, true. Takes both gases, does go Factory. Meanwhile, herO opens up instead with a Stargate. Now, we saw herO open the series with a Stargate opener, and he got punished very much so for doing so. If you remember, he went for the Oracle opener, and he lost the Oracle immediately to ByuN's Cyclone. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's rushing into a very fast eBay. That is an insanely fast eBay. Okay, Rax Factory eBay out of ByuN, rushing into +1. And are we setting up for a 2-base all-in? I'm a little bit perplexed here, a little bit. So really fast +1 here by ByuN. Tech Lab's finishing up. ByuN, he hasn't scattered, so he should be going for a Cyclone. Adept does shade in. Does threaten the SCVs. Shades into the mineral line. No major damage. herO, he does scout the fast +1. And I'm a little bit at a loss. I'll be like, he's crazy. Going into a 1-1-1. Looks like he plans to scout with the initial Reaper. There's a supply drop. So Oracle does make his way towards the main. Cyclone should pop out just in time. Cyclone has Riders distracted by the Adepts. Adepts are going to fall. But here he dives into the main. Oh, he is deflected. Yeah, ByuN keeps up. herO has to fall back. And are we going to rush into... There's no armory, though. I was going to say, what, are we rushing into +2? I guess +1 attack into +1 defense. +1 armor. So fast 1-1 here from ByuN. Meanwhile, the Oracle's a bust into the natural. Marines are going down. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets up to 3. Nice pickoffs. He respects the Cyclones. herO keeping the Marine count low, which means herO, he's free to expand. Gets a third base. Taking up into the Forge. Twilight Council, there should be pulse on and charge from the side of herO. So here he's building up quite nicely. And ByuN moves out with his Cyclones. He's hunting for anything really. Workers, pylons, oracles. We'll see what he can get. Does find the pylon. Actually boosting into the mineral line. Okay. Does boost in. Not much of them to defend. And here he does miss the drop. A probe's going to be going down. Oh, and here he's going to have to pull the boys. The workers are going to be falling. This is brutal. That's 5. Goes up to 6. And 6 pros go down. Uh-oh. We boost further in? Okay. He's crazy. Was that calculated? Was that? Oh no, yeah, I'll be fine. I mean, he is. Does barely boost past. Okay, let's go. At the same time, Oracles gets a couple of SCV kills. Cyclones, they're still popping up. Getting 11 probes. Oh, getting up to 13. And remember, Blink is still not done. 13 workers go down. 1 Cyclone falls. 13 workers, 1 Cyclone. That is well worth it for ByuN. And suddenly we're in a weird position. If it wasn't for the Cyclone harass, I would favor herO here. But the Cyclones, they popped off. They're still not done. Blink is still not complete. It even forces a recall. Oracle goes down across the map. ByuN playing with fire right now, but it's working. Okay. Let's go. My god. As finally he's going to be shut down, but again, it's been worth it. Very much so. Made the hero double cyclone. The crazy. Does well with hero. He finally maintains map control. Finally rips it away from ByuN. ByuN behind this, building up towards extra racks. He has a 5-rack setup. I don't see a command center, by the way. Not yet. Remember, ByuN with the fast +1. He's rushing into +1 armor now. And is the plan a 2-base all in? Like, is that what we've been building up towards? No, there's a second eBay though. So he's getting ready for 2-2. Wait, what? I kind of hope that ByuN wins this because I need to ask him about this game. I need to know what the hell is happening on El Dorado. Because we cast a lot of StarCraft on this channel. I've never seen whatever the hell ByuN's been up to. I don't know if he has either, I'll be honest. Gonna write that down actually. Don't want to forget. Stasis runs out just in time. ByuN does sneak in behind the main army. Keeping hero distracted. Stims forward here. He's ready for this. He's someone in position. Oh, nice target firing here on the sentries. Takes down both sentries. Takes down the stalker. But hero's holding. Hero's holding on. Likewise. Oh, hero not paying attention. Oh no! Hero not paying attention. Bleeds out all those stalkers. Master Stasis does go off. That was a big loss for hero. Hero bleeding out. How many? 13 stalkers go down. Brutal losses. Again, that should not have happened. Hero working towards Colossus. He's not there yet. Stasis is about to run out. Still being active. Still being active, splitting up his forces. Likewise, reinforcements on the way. Now, as ByuN moves out here, he is going to wait for a Zealot counterattack. Charge just began. Again, this is a very chaotic game. It's going to be a slow low counterattack instead. Drop into the main, going for the pylon. We'll depower these gates. Denies the warping. Oh my god. Warping gets denied. But he scans. He wants the Colossus. He stims in. He does stim. He wants it. Shields being stripped away. Poison being pulled. The hero holds. Oh, he will hold on for a moment, but the robot gets depowered. Hero's in trouble. Tank does siege. Hero at the same time trying to catch reinforcements, but these are slow lots. And ByuN, he's breaking through. Oh, doesn't quite get the Colossus. Dropping the main base, still popping off, but ByuN, he has to retreat. Has to pull away. Respects the main army. Hey, these slow lots, they're popping off. They're catching a lot of reinforcements, actually. Meanwhile, 37 probes going down. Hero being forced into an all-in. And he might have enough. Hero's moving out with the Colossus with 2 mortals as well. It's all or nothing for Hero. Pushing up a ramp. Widowmites are ready. Blink gets spent. Does spend his blink. As Hero is still not repowered. ByuN, in the face of this army, in the face of a potential all-in, what does he do? He drops. No fear. No fear out of ByuN. He just sends it across the map. Also, ByuN, he never got an armory, by the way. He never got an armory, despite the double eBay. Never started +2. Or never can get into 2-2. This is what I mean when it feels like ByuN's been improvising this game. Has been improvising, drops into the main base, going for the Nexus. Nexus is gonna go down. Just barely. Gets picks up, gets out of there. Hero down to 3 bases. Oh, the blink! Oh my god. Takes down a medevac. Does catch a medevac. ByuN taking some losses. There we go. 3rd CC now on the way, on location. ByuN has been in 2 base this entire time. He'll takes down the mineral line. herO, he keeps on pushing, doesn't turn around. Oh, the mine shots. Mine shot takes down a Stalker. herO otherwise distracted, a lot of Stalkers go down. ByuN, he cannot quite engage. Has to respect it, has to pull away. Dragging the army in, the mine shots! Gets a sentry. Sentry goes down, no mining here towards that top base. But here he still has 2 Colossus and 2 Immortals, still a terrifying army. Boys are being pulled, can ByuN hold? Not looking to be the case. Here he's breaking through, more boys are being pulled, he has to pull the entire mineral line. ByuN stimming in. Guess doesn't get the Colossus. No, it doesn't get it. Yeah, it doesn't get it in the end. And herO, he snowballs out of control. GG gets called. He breaks through the natural. And herO will take the series 3-1. And herO will be this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Whew. Hi. GG. Well played. A very chaotic series. Very intense back and forth. I don't think we got a single standard game, by the way. It was just chaos and aggression, game after game after game. Very, high octane and very intense. And with that, herO, he does claim it. ByuN, he had some very nice moments in this game as well, though. I don't want to take away from that when it came to his drop play, when it came to his counterattacks, when it came to these key pickoffs here and there. But the reality is, ByuN, he was on 2 bases the entire time. You know, he didn't really have a lot of longevity here, and eventually he was outscaled. Eventually, as herO repowered his robo, he was able to build up Immortals, build up Colossus. herO was able to embrace a stronger, a greater, a more efficient army. ByuN was stuck on 2 bases the entire time. It was basically 2 base all in. And with that, GG. GG well played. herO does take it. Congratulations. Congratulations. GG, congratulations. And with that, herO, he will be this week's champion. And a shout out to ByuN for becoming our runner-up. He is our runner-up this week. He does come in and does claim that 2nd place. And I'm sure we'll see more of these 2 in tonight's broadcast. I'm referring to the Monday night weekly. That is the European weekly. We won't be covering it, but it should be covered by the likes of Rotterdam, potentially Steadfast, and some of the other casters out there, especially some of the other language casters like Coca and many others. I think ZombieGub usually does cover that event as well, so do check it out. Do check it out, do embrace it. It's going to be a lot of good fun, I'm sure. And herO, he has been going full degen. Over the past couple of weeks, herO, he plays in every single weekly. He's kind of taken Zest's mantle, I would say, where herO, he plays in the Korean weekly, then European, then the American as well. So herO, he plays in all 3, and most likely will be there as well. And we could even see herO up against either MaxPax or Clem, as he didn't play against any of them here tonight. Not in this event. Not in this event, as we can just switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself and see the road of our players. Again, ByuN, he popped off. He 2-0'd Clem. He 2-0'd Clem. Was able to be the one to bring him down. Likewise, he 2-0'd Cure, but alas, ByuN, he met his match at the hands of herO. Likewise, herO took down Creator, took down Solar, and did take down ByuN to be our champion. GG. GG, well played. ByuN just totally YOLO'd the entire series. I mean, herO did as well. Like, this was chaos from both herO and ByuN. It was crazy. It was crazy. GG. GG, well played. And I GG, well played. I'm tempted to ask ByuN about it, but I typically feel like it's typically you don't want to message like a player that's maybe lost the series, so I'll save it for next time. I'll save it for next time. Until then, congratulations here to herO, and with that, we are going to be wrapping up with today's broadcast, and we're going to be getting ready for tomorrow's. Here we go. As we do show off our weekly schedule here on my right hand side. Currently it looks a little bit leaner, but I believe we will be getting ready some more broadcasts, don't you worry. I will actually convene to prepare our weekly schedule. But tonight we just had our WardiTV Monday. Tomorrow we have the Pegasaur Monday. That is going to be Tuesday morning. We have Code for Giants Cup. We have the we have the Rex Madness. Let's go. We have the Rex Madness as well. Those are going to be the qualifiers on Wednesday. We have the Nation Total Tussle. We have the Podcast, Host Masters Cup, and Sparkling Tuna Cup. I believe we should be having a replay cast of this week's Kung Fu Cup. For those that are curious, Kung Fu Cup currently is scheduled over the Rex March Madness. Rex, he's a Taiwanese Zerg player. Rex has been currently casting and turned into a content creator, and Rex is hosting a tournament this March. The qualifier is on Wednesday. We'll be covering it, but at the same time it is scheduled and is overlapping with the Kung Fu Cup StarCraft Evolution. So we're going to be trying to get our hands on those replays of that Kung Fu Cup so we can go over the replays on Friday or Saturday. So we will be having a replay cast there, and I believe we have some other casts as well to get into. So most likely this weekly schedule is going to update, but for the time being we actually have some days off, and we haven't had a day off from casting in a very long time, and we might have one for the first time in 2025. Let's go. I want to say our last time we had a day off was, I say a long time, Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. Those are the 2 days that we had off in December. Since then we actually haven't had any days off. So there we go. So currently we might have one. We might have one. Let's go. That's all good, Psychons. All good, all good. Oh yes, and if you want to support us here on Patreon, you can do so, !Patreon in the chat, and you'll get a link to our Patreon page. Again, our Patreon does fund our tournaments. It funds events like Sparkling Tuna Cup, of course, events like Duckling Open and Masters 1 Open as well. All of our events are funded via Patreon, so that is the place to be. I remember this Saturday we were meant to have the KSL, but I believe the Korean StarCraft League has rescheduled, so we do have it open this week. This week is open. But we will be filling it up, don't you worry. Don't you worry, we'll be filling it up with some more broadcasting. I know the Enki Pro Series is right around the corner as well. Otherwise, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. You can also follow us on all the social medias, !Socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to our social medias. You'll be getting a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Pegasaur Monday. Oh boy, again, it's going to be another great event. We might be featuring some TLMC maps. I hope we are, but it's up to the tournament organizers. I'm sure they'll get around to updating the map pool at some point. Look forward to it. That's going to be in like 9 hours time, something like that. Let's have a look here. The Pegasaur Monday is going to be in 8 hours. In 8 hours time. 8 hours time, I'm going to be live here on the channel. So make sure you're there. Make sure you're there for the Pegasaur Monday in 8 hours. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow or next time for some more StarCraft. See you then. See you then, Pappy. See you then. See you next time.